Hey, looks like we should be live, getting everything up and running. We should be good to go here in a sec. Always nice when things go the way you want them to. How's it going, everybody? I think everything's working. I was like double checking it all, like audio looks good. All right, we are live just about everywhere. I'm just kind of giving it the once over, making sure all of our different stuff is up, and then we're going to be able to hit the ground running, as they say. Yeah, this should be a fun one today. I'm looking forward to this. There's a lot of cool cards to mess with. Kind of not sure where we're going to go today, but there's going to be a lot to play with. I will say that. Lots of cool stuff. And people seem super excited about this set, which is also good, right? You want things that people enjoy playing with. Says we're live on the Twitch machine, but okay, there it goes. All right, think we're good in all places. So yeah, before we get rolling, why don't you let me know what you're excited to see today? There are a lot of different cards, a lot of different strategies. I sent the wrong link for the stream. Oh no, it's all right. We could fix that. Easy. I mean, that being said, people can just look at the notification. They'll know what's going on. I know people get mad, like, why don't you give me the link? It's like, if you just go to YouTube or Twitch, like, it's the first thing that pops up. It's all good. Not a big deal. There you go, all corrected. Okay. New standard. Yeah, it is a new standard. Hey, Goddess of Blunder, how's it going? Coming over with their one viewer, but you know what? It's still more than I had before, so welcome. Will I be doing limited? No, I almost never do limited for content purposes. I do limited to like play for myself or pre-release stuff, but I don't generally do limited on content because one, it doesn't draw as well for me, if I'm just being honest, but also it eats up a lot of time for fewer games. I have told people before, like if you look at my account, and this comes up, we talk about this about once every 3 months. I have 32 draft tokens and 2 sealed tokens and 9 jump in tokens sitting in my account. I would absolutely totally do some limited events, but the problem is this. I would likely do drafts, and we would just talk about the process of drafting, and then when I'm done, talk about what decks we could build from those cards, and then that would be it. But I think people that enjoy watching drafting also want to see the games. And the problem for me is, if I play the games, that's less time I get to go experiment building decks to make standard video content out of or whatever. So I can't really justify it. If I knew that, like, and we ask regularly, if at any point it turns to 65-35 and people still want to see that, then I'll go ahead and make those videos and we'll draft and have some fun and whatever. But until then, I'm just stacking up these draft tokens. And I guess they'll just sit here for a while. I add another 1 or 2, it feels like, every year now, and they just kind of sit. There will be some point in the future where we probably just cash them in for something. I don't know. We'll do some type of content with them. But, yeah, that's the way I would love to do it. And I may just do it anyway, of just like, hey, let's get on and draft. And then we draft, and then we talk about deck building or whatever. And then that's probably it. And then I'll just shuffle up and go to another draft. I think that's probably the way we're going to eventually go through those. Maybe I'll do some stream, I don't know, a subathon where all I do is draft all 32 draft tokens or something. What cards am I most excited about? Over the other ones? This is a thing that everybody asks me, and I just make up a card to talk about. Because I just like Magic cards. I don't really have too many favorites. Actually, I'm a weirdo. I don't have a lot of favorites in life, to be honest. Like favorite sports teams, maybe, and kind of favorite colors. But beyond that, I just kind of like stuff. Like with foods, I like foods. You know, I like a lot of cities I've been to. I don't know. I get that everybody likes that. And everybody wants to, it's a conversation piece. So I totally get it, which is why a lot of times I'll just pick 1 or 2 cards and I'll just say these. And then I can answer it, because that'll get asked like 10 times today. So I just use that as the card to talk about, you know, because I don't have any other thing to do. which makes me a weirdo, I'm sure, because people like the hot take, right? But it's all good. Anyway, what decks is everybody looking forward to? Those of you that are here early, let's have a quick chat before we get in. Maybe we have some things. What mechanic has gotten my brain juices going the most? Actually, none of them, if I'm being honest. Um, they all seem like just I think we've reached the point in Magic that it's hard to make a 100% new mechanic. It feels like, because we jokingly have said for like a decade, half the stuff is a variation of kicker. You know, now it's like, all right, we have the whatever ability where like if you target a repartee, right? Like you target a creature, a thing happens, and it's like, okay, like does that really need a keyword though? Not really. Like there's a lot of that stuff. It feels like I think they're all neat, but I don't think any one of them I went like, oh, I got to build around this thing. Like honestly, I would say the one that's like whichever one it is where you like target a creature and then if you spend 5 or more, that just seems like a weirdly arbitrary number. Like I don't know how often the 5 or more thing is gonna come into play. So that one's probably my least favorite. I think is the biggest deal. I might have I don't know if I have any decks pre-built with the dragons. I might have one that has one copy of Prismari, maybe one that has the Witherbloom. I don't know if I built anything that has the other dragons in it yet. We'll have to see. But I think I'm going to start with something simple. Because the other problem we have, Legacy of Lorehold has any wings in their I don't think so. I have Lorehold on my overrated pick. If you go look at Dev's video over on his channel on SBMTG, it's just like, I don't see it. I don't really understand. Like, I think the problem for me is a serious deck building restriction. Like, I like the card on rate of just 5 mana, 5/5, flying, haste, and I can discard and draw every turn. Like, that's awesome. But, especially in the current standard, how many, and let's assume they have to cost 3 or more, realistically 4 or more, if you want to get value for only having to pay 2 for a miracle. Like, how many sorceries and instants are you going to be willing to play that cost 4 or more? Right? And still play your dragon and do all that stuff. Right? I just don't see it. Not to say it isn't possible. Somebody may figure it out. But I just don't see how that's a thing. Right? Whereas the others are just like play an instant sorcery, it gets like a reduced cost, or it has or where you can copy it or whatever, right? There's all these things just for playing the instant or sorcery. There's no deck building restriction really. Like, I mean, technically, I guess the blue-green one giving yourself Cascade, but even then, it's just like, all right, you can still just play like a 2-mana thing and get a 1/1, right? Sometimes they'll just have extra value. So yeah, I don't really know. I would like to see it if it exists. I think the deck would probably be pretty sweet, whatever decides to play it, if you can make it work. Because I thought about this a long time last night. I was up late. I don't even know how I would do that. Like, honestly, I think my issue is outside of like board sweepers and stuff, I couldn't think of that many non-X spells in white and red that I even really wanted to cast. So then it had me questioning, do I even want to play like a third color possibly to do the thing? Which is maybe true. Like, it's possible that's the way we want to go, but I don't know. What emeritus are you playing? I don't know. Whatever comes up. Let's see. Early access standard. Let's go in here. Use our token. Oh, now it just says token entry instead of totally normal token like they said before. All right. Then I think, oh my gosh, did it do that thing like it did last time? Okay. It did. So sometimes it splits decks and puts some at the bottom and some at the top. I hate when it does that, when you're including a bunch of new cards. I had a mono green deck I put together. Where did it go? I wanted to try the new archaic guy, and oh, there it is. It's sitting right at the top. I missed it. But yeah, let me go ahead and open this up. We'll do a whole video run, and y'all could be part of the process, as it were. Let me spread some of these out so y'all can see the things going on here a little bit better. Let me do it like this. Yeah, I don't know if you ever noticed, I try to leave the screen at least somewhat presentable so it's easy to see what's going on. Yeah, all right. Mostly because this build has several cards that people want to mess with and see, so I think this is reasonable. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? Early access time. We're going to play some mono green aggro because people always like mono green aggro. So I figured why not? Because there's a bunch of sweet cards this time that people want to play in Strixhaven. And I think this might actually be pretty sweet. But yeah, we're going to play with Ambitious Augmenter. So this is a 1/1 for 1 that has increments. Whenever you play something that's larger than it, power or toughness, it gets an additional +1/+1 counter. Then, if it had counters on it and it dies, you create a fractal token that has that many counters. We have Defend the Rider, so we can protect our creatures a little bit. Llanowar Elf, no surprise. Frenzy Bailoff, because we're trying to be aggro, and it makes where they can't counter our creatures, which is great. Keen-Eyed Curator, so we can deal with graveyards. Some Scrap Shooter to deal with opponent stuff. Though I kind of want to play the Vastland, whatever that guy is, the bear in this spot, just to test some things out. So we'll see how things go. Surrak, Elusive Hunter. Partly because it's just good, but partly because it has some extra colorless mana in its cost, and we'll talk about why here in a second. We do have some Ouroboros, of course, because you're being aggressive, you're of course going to play that. Surrak, the Hunt Caller, so we can attack with haste, which is great. But then we're playing Wild Growth Archaic. So if you don't know what this is technically a 2-mana creature, but it could also be up to a 4-mana creature. It has Trample and Reach, Converge. It enters with a number of +1/+1 counters on it for the colors of mana that you spent to cast it. Then when you cast a creature spell, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of colored mana spent to cast it. And that doesn't, all this has to do is be on the battlefield, then everything else gets a similar ability, basically, which is super nice. And having Trample and Reach is an interesting set of keywords on a smaller creature. There are some Primal Mites, so we can fight some things and trample over, since we'll have some Tramplers. And then Slumbering Trudge, because, well, it's a cheap 6/6 on turn 1 if we have nothing else. It does take a while to untap, but hey, why not? Might as well go for it, right? We do have some Ba Sing Se, because the card's still just good. And we're going to have a lot of forests, but also we are playing some off-color lands, mostly to be able to take advantage of the Wild Growth Archaic. A matter of fact, I kind of want to play a couple of more. I'm just risking the Ba Sing Se's not coming in tap, but I think I'm going to actually play a couple of others as well. What if we wanted to play the green-red one, just to give ourselves a chance at a couple more, I think, on the Shockland? So I think we'll do that. Play a couple Stomping Grounds. Still think we want a fair amount of forest. I don't think we need... You know what? Let's just go all in. We're experimenting. Let's see if this works. But this gives us basically access to all the colors. Technically, because we still need to turn on the verges. So that's... But the Stomping Ground and the Breeding Pool can also turn on the verges. So I guess it's actually kind of cool. We'll see if this works out. Don't really know, but we're going to give it a go and see. It's a little bit quirky, but it is a new set. And if you want to buy some cards, you know where you got to go. Go over to Tales of Venture. It's toamagic.com. And if you'd be so kind, use my code DRAGON while you're there, DRAGN, because it'll save you 5% on your whole order on their website, which is great. But all right, let's go hop in and see what we can do with these counters on green creatures, because that's always good. Let's go play some games. Let's see. Following up the chat here. Let's see. Goddess of Blunder says they're just going to lurk about. Is it better to watch on Twitch or YouTube? I think technically per view, I get a slight bit more on YouTube, but just watch whatever's, you know, comfortable for you. It's all good. Let's see. Curious to see if prepared becomes a thing. I think on some level it might. Hey, Storebreath Dragon, how's it going? Cheetah, Or King Chico, I should say, Checho. All right. We get to go first. We only drew old cards. Well, that's unfortunate. Whoa, this battlefield freaked me out for a second. There's just a big old stripe across the screen. This is going to look very unfun. I'm apologizing. Let's find some of our other new cards. Actually, if we found an Archaic here, that'd be sweet because we could play 3 colors right off the bat. And we did not. We failed. Okay. Well, then I guess we go ahead and just play a Keen-Eyed Curator and pass. Coming at me from South Africa. Well, welcome. Ooh, there's an Ouroboros. How badly do we want to play an Ouroboros? I kind of really want to play one, but I think for now, we're just going to attack. And we'll see if we can bait a counter. I'd assume so. Ali likes playing control decks. Oh, there's a Lightning Helix. Sure. And I kind of dig the happy music. We got Slumbering Drudge. That's funny. All right, we'll try Ouroboros. Let's see what we got. All right. We're going to try the Lightning Helix again. We're going to try to protect it. All right. I mean, now we just get our board swept with, like, Day of Judgment or something. But if they got it, they got it. What you going to do? Nope, there's a stock up. Yeah, Jeskai with loot. I expect we'll see a lot of that. That card was popular discussion for a lot of folks. Erode? Yep, that's what I thought. We're going to be seeing a lot of this card, so get used to it, folks. Make sure you have some basics to search for, because there will be a lot. Oh! 7, 8, 9, 10, 11! Oh, that's not enough. It's not enough. We got to do it anyway, though, right? Ugh. Yeah, we can just only add 4. I'm just kind of wondering. They didn't have a Day of Judgment last time, so we just... Nah. Alright. Actually, I'm not even going to use this. Let's just attack. I'll save it. You know, since you have to wait for Slumbering Drudge, I'm kind of surprised it doesn't have Trample or something. Opponent, what are you doing? What are you doing? Alright, I'm willing to play a Surok. So, like, if you can destroy something, I say you have to do it then. Yep. Oh, wait, no! I should have tapped it for mana first. Dang it. We could have won! I wasn't paying attention. I could have just tapped it. Oh, that's a mistake. We're going to lose now, I bet. Opponent's going to be at, like, 2. Oh, I had it. I wasn't even thinking. I could have floated the mana and then just played the Primal Might. Ah, that's so bad. I was so focused on all the different stuff going on the streams. I wasn't even paying attention. Dang it. Well, hopefully we don't get punished too badly. Alright, we will attempt to attack. Let's see what happens. Make a 2/4 wizard. And then bounce the other thing. Oh, erode the other thing. Alright, we'll take a card. That seems reasonable. Alright, costing a control deck a land is actually more than worthwhile, I think. I hate overcommitting here against the control deck, but, I mean, they haven't proven to have a sweeper yet, so. Enters with a number of stun counters on it, so I have to pay at least 3 for it not to be stunned. I mean, I guess technically I could have paid 2 and then would have untapped on my next turn. But now, at least if Augmenter dies, it makes a 1/1. So there is that. Okay. So, let me reread this thing. Deals damage to any target and you draw 2. Alright, I'm just going to attack. I could try to Primal Might the Augmenter or something, but this is just if you have something, you have it. Okay, they don't. Cool. Yeah, let's do a quick check on stream here to say hello to everybody. Somebody says deck looks sweet. Is just me or is the battlefield flashing? Yeah, there was a couple of weird things that went on a little bit there when I saw it. Oh, it looks like the YouTube chat isn't integrating properly. Let me see what's up with that. Why is this? Oh, weird. We have not showing chat from a couple of places. I usually have like a combined chat, and it makes life a lot easier. Let's see. Okay, there it is. It's showing now. Weird. Not sure what happened there. But either way, let's see. Yo, Dragon, glad I finally caught the stream. Yeah, from South Africa. That's really cool. I'm always surprised where people are watching from. Speaking of which, from the Netherlands as well with Happy Wesley. How's it going? Love the content, especially underrated, overrated cards. Yeah, that video just went up yesterday if y'all haven't seen those for the over and underrated cards from Strixhaven, so be sure to check that out. From Brazil, kind of curious to see how some of the cards perform before pre-release Friday. Good thing to get caught up on, honestly. Mono Green's going to be crazy? I hope so. That red-white X-Spell seems nice. Yeah, all the X-Spells in this set seem kind of interesting. I like that 6-6 creature. I'm buying a box on Friday. Cool. Hope you get one. Everybody's always hunting for new stuff, so I hope you find... Always tell people, I hope you find the card you need for the deck you want to build. Yeah, I'm like multi-fisting drinks today. I have some water, some juice. I got some smoothies from a local spot. Had me a good sandwich earlier. Had to make sure I was ready to go for y'all. But yeah, we're going to keep this. The funny thing is, if we don't get the Wild Growth Archaic, our opponents will probably look at Vastwood and just like, all right, why is this even in the deck, you know? Oh, come on, let us find one of our other multi-lands. One of our shock lands. That's what we want, because then we'll be able to cast Wild Growth Archaic with 2 counters, and then we can really start going ham on some cards. Ah, we didn't get there. All right, I'm going to play... I guess I have to manually tap. I don't know. I'll test it later. Oh, select the cost. So it does. Okay, so we don't have to manually tap. When you go to cast it, it'll ask you how you wish to cast it. Okay, that's cool. I was wondering how that was going to be coded. And the funny thing is, even if you only pay green for something, it still enters with an extra counter because of the Archaic. So yeah, we're going to do some fighting. In the turn. If I get another land, these Primal Mites are going to be savage. Interesting. So we have blue, black, green. All right. Noted, friend. Noted. Let's go attacking. Or at least attempt to. We're not even flashing anything in? Ooh, boy. Alright. Yeah, Archaic just literally juicing every card is so gross. Even if you only just pay it and it's a 1/1, right? If you're only paying with green mana. Oh, I see. So you want to flicker your Trudge so it's untapped. That's cute. I like it. I see where we're going. Manifest some monsters here. That's cool. I see the vision. I see what we're working on. And you get to manifest again. That's fun. Wow. And another one? A blink card? It's Splash Portal. Yep. Whew, that's a good turn for them. Oh, we got lucky it wasn't a monster under there. There could have been monsters under the bed, for real. They ended up taking some damage, though, so we're going to be able to take them down. I'm going to go ahead and just make the 1/1. Remove some stuff from their yard, I guess, since they gave us targets. Oh, our own trudge, but that's not going to matter much. Let's go ahead and just do this for 1. Right, shall. And then we can Primal Might basically for nothing. Here. And then punch through for everything. Alright, that worked out. Are you going to do an evening stream as well? Yeah, I normally do a first stream that's like 3 to 4 hours, and then I'll take a break, you know, reset a little bit, grab a bite, maybe even edit a video with some downtime, and then I'll hop on about an hour and a half later, 2 hours later, and then we just go until we run out of time, right? Till people quit playing. Well, I do blue-green. I want to try the sorcery clone. I don't have anything built with it. That may be something we do very late in the evening session. We might build a deck with the stream chat. Oh boy, we get to go first. Sure. See, now this is interesting because we can't pay... We can either play 2 green or 3 mana, but you don't get the in-between option, which is kind of funny. So let's go ahead and pass. I feel like there was just a Requiting Hex waiting on us over there. This guy also gets wrecked by Requiting Hex, which sucks, but 'tis true, so let's just do it. And then they can target that if they want. Perfect world would be to draw one of our defensive cards for the Wild Growth Archaic and then be able to play it, protect it, and then start going nuts. I think is what we'd like to do here. You know what's funny, though, in these early access event? We see a lot of mono black and we see a lot of Reanimator. Oh, we're playing Pox, though. So somebody's trying that out today, which is cool. I guess we just pay 4 colors? I mean, this isn't going to survive, right, by any stretch, but we'll at least go for it. Oh, Bloodletter. Never mind. We did survive, folks. We did actually survive. Okay, well... That was a little bit surprising. So what if we augment her? Right, put a counter on it. Then we scrap shooter. Even though I could save this to get rid of a rumor later, we're early access and making some content, you know. Put counters on things. Then we will, for 0, take out the Bloodletter. And then attack. And now, if the opponent decides they want to Pox Plague, we'll get to replace one of our creatures that we sacrifice. Because we round down, and we'll be down to 1 card and 3 land. And that seems more than reasonable. Another Bloodletter. Oh. Oh, I see. You're trying to bloodletter Pox. I hate so many of those black decks that have that strategy. I guess we just put them in a situation where they have to block, right? If we play this, it's 10. So we have to play Surak. Because then they have to block 6 to not die, go to 12, or if they block anything less, that yeah, we kind of have to. All right. Oh, wait, no, this would have come in with the counter. Dang it, we didn't have to waste Surak there. I guess it's fine. Whatever. Give yourself hasty, buddy. Get in there. Nice. We didn't die to the Pox Plague combo. Did I see the tournament that was no blue-black cards? Did somebody just run a tournament that said no blue-black cards? Or did you mean just like the top 8 didn't have any blue or black cards? But honestly, I don't think having blue or black cards is bad necessarily. That's actually fine. I think the issue is just if it's all control decks, it's going to be very boring and bad for the game. Like we had a stretch where, oh, with no UB cards, I think that's an overrated discussion topic at this point. Like, genie's out of the bottle. We're not putting it back in. It is what it is, man. Like, I'm always, like, here's the thing. Magic has done what it could do without Universe Beyond. The only way it can go beyond that is if it hits on a product that has a very good movie or TV franchise that helps build it up. Like, the only other things that compete with Magic all have other things as far as multimedia properties. So it makes sense that they did what they did. And we're just in that world at this point. Okay, we're going to keep this. And I guess this is the type of game where we turn one Slumbering Trudge. We just don't get to play with it for a few turns, which, you know, 'tis what it is. X is 0. See you in 4 turns, buddy. Such a weird card, just play that on turn 1 and be like, yep, I guess we're just waiting. Yeah. So amusing to me. Yeah, the new Planeswalkers look interesting. I think we have a couple of lists with them in there. I was hoping if I clicked the book, it would like open or something. That would have been cool. We're doing Slick Shot show-off things right now. All the cards we could play with, and that's what you decided to do. Okay, then. So do we want Augment or Elf? How do we want to go about this? Because Augment or Elf does open up the door to be able to do some stuff with Surak or whatnot. I think I'm going to. If we had another land in hand, I'd feel a little bit differently about it, but we don't. So it is what it is. Burnout Bastronaut. You got it. Wow, opponent's saving up to try to do it all with that Slick Shot. All right. Hey, we got a new follower. Thank you. Guess what? I'm going to have a creature with haste. In case they were wondering. You know, a 5-ball with haste ain't nothing. That's a big swing. Every time you have Slick Shot, you just look and go like, cool, are we dead? You know what I mean? Like, just like, I don't know. If you got it, I guess. Sure. And then we're going to fling attack some shenanigans? Nope. All right. Well, we didn't die, I guess. We have one more turn. Do we have a way out? Fight spell only, probably? Ooh, if we had a 4th land. Because unfortunately, they can block our 2 largest things and take 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah. But Ouroboros would be able to attack. That'd be 8, 9. No, wait. We don't have an Archaic. Ouroboros would have come in with another counter. That would have changed things. Alright, so Ouroboros will grow the Augmenter. Sorry, opponent. There's a lot of math that's got to happen here. Ooh, wait. You have instant sorcery and I have nothing in graveyard. Alright, so that's not relevant. So we'd have 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Well, we'll assume the 2 biggest ones get blocked. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not good enough. If we play Surak, you block, take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, this is also close. Yeah, I think we're just dead if they have any live card in hand. Ugh. Ugh, that makes me so sick. I mean, I guess we make it where they have to block the ground creatures, though. So there is that. I mean, give Ouroboros haste. I don't think we're attacking it, but Trudge and this. That's already 13, so you got to block one of those. 10. I mean, yeah, just force them to have to block. If you get us, you get us. If that's a live card in hand, maybe it's land and a land. You know? I don't know. But if we get got, we get got. I mean, red decks do red deck things. Whoa, we somehow won. What? Oh. So as it turns out, not every time is math for blockers. This time it was for attackers. Because we had so many different ways to make damage that I had to really make sure we did it. Because we had to eliminate the blockers to force them to have answers in hand. Apparently, they shot their wad last turn, and we still won. So that's awesome. Did they play any white cards? No, but usually the white cards these decks play are either hard removal, which right now is probably Erode and Get Lost, or they're also playing Lightning Helixes and Boros Charms. So they could double strike the Slick Shot or whatever. So apparently they didn't draw them, though. So lucky for us. The Grey Goose, I'm telling you, you just might as well hold your breath till you're blue in the face if you're worried about Universes Beyond going away. Like, the fact that a slow-selling Universes Beyond set is still higher selling than the best-selling Magic set, I don't know what you expect them to do. I mean, whether I like it or not doesn't matter. It's just math is math, you know? Hey, Christmas, how's it going? That was a crazy finish to that game. I really thought we were going to lose. Okay, we're going to keep this. What I like about the Augmenter is your opponent almost wants to kill it right out of the gate so that they're not taking or giving you an extra token, right? But if they do, then you have stuff like Curator behind it and whatever that are just bigger threats, which is nice. What are we doing, opponent? Bloom Tender. Oh, no. Oh, I love me some Bloom Tender, though. I can't say nothing. We've played it recently in a couple of decks. All right, get in there. I was tempted to just fight a Bloom Tender. I'm not going to lie. Like, there's so many split mana cards that Bloom Tender could get turned on very easily. All right, here we go. Oh, they're doing red and blue? Oh, gosh. What's about to happen to us? Oh, they're playing their own Wild Growth. Okay. Hey, I see you. Look at you. Wow, I was thinking about doing the same thing this turn. How about that? Here's the problem. We've already earned respect for the Wild Growth Archaic, which makes me want to try to destroy their Wild Growth Archaic. Oh, gosh. What are we doing here? Because I can make ours with 3 counters, but I just don't think we can afford to. This sucks. Oh, man. I think we have to. This makes me so sad. I kind of want to just... am I willing to just trade a Keen-Eyed Curator straight up? I think I am, to get our Wild Growth Archaic down. And if they just have a way to protect it, so be it. Okay, they don't. All right. Now, with our luck, they have another one, and that whole turn was a waste of thought, but we tried, man. We did what we could. Wizard Control, Ping with Mana Drain. That sounds like a not fun deck. But you never know. It might have turned out to be super sweet. Oh, opponent's using 4 color. They have another Archaic, don't they? We tried, y'all. I did the best I could. If they just have another, they have another. Oh, they're playing both of the Archaics. Oh, no. That's a much bigger problem. Man, imagine if we wouldn't have gotten rid of the other. That thing would be a 8/8? Oh my gosh, that would be brutal. Well, I guess we're just passing for now. Oh, I just realized it automatically was smart enough to know to add the different colors. I didn't actually have to even... Because I just realized, I was like, wait, I didn't choose colors for that. It just automatically did it, which is super sweet. What's this do? When here's exile target permanent opponent controlled mana value less than or equal to the number of colors you get. Well, I'd rather not do that, because that's bad for us. So let's save our Surrak. I would have liked to have drawn something other than a land, though. More specifically, non-mana source. You know, Monkey's Paw and all that. Am I just attacking with Surrak? I guess so. Because, I mean, if they trade the Archaic, we'd be happy with that, truthfully. We do get a 2/2 elf out of the deal. So, you know, that's not nothing. All right. Let's find one of our fight spells and bring this home. So we can get rid of that Magma Blood Archaic. Opponent's pretty sweet, though. Playing a 5-color Archaic deck, that's nice. Like, this is one of those situations where sometimes you kind of want your opponent to do well. Because you want to see what's going on. Oh gosh, what is this thing? Target player... Oh, I lose life, they draw cards, gain life. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. And they pump their creatures till end of turn? Target player draws X cards. This deals X damage, you gain X life, X the number of color and mana spins. Okay. Well, yeah, if we can get one of our fight spells, we're gold. Right? Or an Ouroboros also works. Because then we'd have 1, 2... Well, yeah, because it'll get a counter. So this would be 4, 5, 6, 7... Oh. Do I block this turn? Especially since we know they have this kind of shenanigans. And their big guy tramples. If I block, we still get a 2/2 from the Augmenter. And then they block, take 2, 3... I mean, I think we're still on the same outs. So we might as well block and kill this big thing. Well, we're on the same outs. Did not find them. Oh, we're so gonna die to a big archaic, but hey, what are we gonna do? Alright. Here's hoping they don't get whatever it is they need, because, man, we bricked bad those last 2 turns. We just drew Llanowar Elves. They have so much mana and so many cards. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 mana? Ugh. Come on, man. Actually, even drawing Big Surrak there would have been good, too. It would have been a hasty body. Leyline. Alright, so now you have all 5 colors. So you have 5, 6, 7 mana still. Yep. Oh, are they going to blow up all my creatures? Oh, they gain more life. Alright. Down to 9. Oh, I have to block, obviously. There's no brainer. It's just how much do we have to block with? Like, what last card would they have? Is there like a giant growth that has, like, for each color you control or whatever? I mean, yeah, sure. I'm going to block with 2, and here's the logic. That whatever they play will be small enough that Surrak will trample for some amount of damage. So I'm going to hope this is enough. If it's not, we just lose. And that's fine. Alright, you have a shock or something? No, they didn't. Wow. Whoo, we got lucky. No, the reason I didn't block all with the tokens and just risk them having a burn spell is that there was a world where they had enough life that if I blocked with all the small things, then all I have left is Surrak, and then I now can't attack. Because I would attack, assuming they had some 1-drop they could play, we wouldn't be able to punch through for lethal if it had any 2 or 3 toughness or whatever it was at the time. So that was kind of the whole thing. Turns out they didn't have it or the burn spell, so we got lucky choosing the path we chose. But the opponent's deck was cool, though. Like, if you're going to use the arcade, I don't know if this is the best build, because we're all building, you know, first version stuff. But this was a cool idea, honestly. And I wondered if you'd be able to play the green and the red archaic together. Turns out you can. And they had kind of a cool thing going, especially if you have Leyline, where now all your land makes every color, and you have Bloom Tender. Like, you could do some stuff. I totally see the vision of what they were working on. Yeah, that was very, very cool. That's the stuff I'm excited to see when we play these early access events. People going out of their way trying these new cards and doing just some really sweet stuff. All right, we get to go first. We have all green lands. All right, sure. If we can turn on a Vastwood, that would be very, very good for turn 2. Come on! Ah, we weren't able to do it. Though, do we just Slumbering Trudge? And just it have 1 counter we remove? Nah, I think I'm just going to go with this. Still can only pay green, so it doesn't really matter. Alright. Of course, I'm going to draw a land that turns these on next turn. I'd be like, why? Okay, we didn't. We don't have to feel too bad about it. Let's go ahead and just go 1. And we'll play this other Llanowar Elf. That does come in as a 2/2. All right. Man, see how the difference is if we'd have been able to turn this on? Maybe I was just getting too cute playing the Verges. Maybe they should all just be Shocklands. We'll talk about it here in a little bit. But that might be the right answer. Alright, you can have a card. Alright, attacking. Badger Mole Cub, sure. Into Mona Lisa. Wow, are we trying to do some crazy combo shenanigans? Because that's what this feels like. Wow, Archaic into Archaic's kind of funny. Is there a way we can attack 4 enough to force them to block? Not really. But, trying to figure out the best use of mana. Because we definitely can Wild Growth Archaic for 3. And then just Slumbering Trudge. But that seems kind of bad. Opponent's only at 13, though. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I think I'm just going to attack with these 2. And see if we could tempt them to block. Alright, so they're trying to combo out with the Mona Lisa, I think. But this is going to be one of those, if you have it, you have it kind of scenarios. Alright. We could pay blue, green, black. And that's it. So, yeah. I don't even know if I play the Slumbering Trudge here, but why not? It's gigantic. Alright. This is just, if you got it, you got it. Oh, put counters on every turn. Sweet. Put more counters on. Okay, they're just giving up. They just had to put a bunch of counters on in their hand. That works. Ooh, super hasty giant guy. Love that. Alright, well, everybody in the pool, I guess. That seemed pretty good. Yeah, not totally sure what was going on. This felt like it might have just been the Mona Lisa combo where you try to get the artifact dude that like you can copy a thing and then you get the food that lets you untap a creature and you just keep generating more and more mana. But other than that, I'm not sure what they were going to be doing with this. But that being said, maybe it's not because they were playing the Practicum, so they could just put tons of counters on it, and then you're just like generating extra mana every turn. So it could have been like crazy doppelgang or whatever next turn. Like they could have really done some crazy stuff growing this power. But I do want at some point to build a deck with this Germination Practicum because this feels kind of crazy. But all right, let's talk about this deck. Did we didn't even lose a game, did we? Were we just 5-0, 6-0? I think is what happened in those games. That's crazy. To be fair though, 2 of them we came down to the last turn and the opponent didn't draw the card they needed, right? So let's talk about this. Let me move a couple of cards real quick so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so, I mean, I think we went undefeated, which is kind of surprising. I didn't see that coming, especially since we opened up playing against a control deck that killed like our, killed 3 or 4 creatures right off the bat. So that was kind of cool. All the cards were good in here. I think the only one we didn't see much of was Frenzied Baloth, but we kind of got to see everything else in multiple numbers throughout those games, which is pretty good. We never got a bossing say, but I guess we hit hard enough that it wasn't necessary. I would still keep it in the deck though, because obviously it's a good card, and just being able to produce creatures after the board swept or whatever is fine. Also, it works well with Surak, so if you're able to get this up to like a 4/4, then you just play Surak and now you have a haste creature, which I think is very cool. Interesting thing toward the end, though, as I started thinking about, do we keep the Hustward Verge and the Wastewood Verge? Because you don't necessarily want to take a lot of damage, especially early in the season, because a lot of people want to play mono red aggro and whatever. So pinging yourself a little bit when we don't have any life gainers is kind of tough. Though we have super large creatures that can be hard for them to punch past, so that's a whole different story. But if you're talking the difference of times you're going to be able to play a what's that guy? The Archaic for 2 or 3 versus 4, it does make a bit of a difference to make sure these can always produce black and always produce white. So what I might do for now is, let's go ahead and just play 2 of each. 2 Temple Gardens, 2 Overgrown Tomb, and then we can scale these back to 2 and 2. Because I don't think we want them to be all damage lands, but we do want to be able to hit the colors more consistently, and I think that's a pretty big deal. And also, by playing a couple more shock lands, you now have a chance to turn the verges on a little bit more, instead of drawing like Verge, right? You'll draw Verge, shock land, and then they automatically do something. But this was really surprising, and having these multi-lands worked really well with the Archaic. That was kind of the experimental part of this deck that I wasn't sure was going to work, but it worked out fantastically. But yeah, if y'all want to try this out, y'all know the deal. Link will be over on Moxfield, like always. This looked very promising, though. This was very cool, and I think there's probably still ways we could tweak it. There's probably new cards that we have to consider that really didn't make the cut here. So yeah, lots of opportunity with this deck. Like, this was very, very good. But it's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. All right, that one is done. Yeah, for Gruul and Simic, I could see that being a thing for sure. I've kind of decided that if I'm playing an aggro deck that has a heavy amount of green in multiple colors, I'm probably just playing Archaic, right? If you're playing any type of green aggro, this card is just bonus tokens for no real work, right? Because the only time it's, and I'm going to use in quotes, bad, is if it's just a 1/1. But it's still a 1/1 that allows everything else to be larger. You know what I mean? And very often, there's a lot of worlds where this is just going to be a 2/2 or really a 3/3 whenever you play it. So if that's the case, go ham. Right? Enough that because of the verges, I may consider, and the shock lands, I may just consider playing multi-lands, multiple different colors, in decks where it's only really a Gruul deck, or only really a Simic deck, or whatever the case is. Because Wild Growth Archaic is so cool. Like, I'm even thinking about +1/+1 counters deck, right? Because we just put one up that was crushing. We just did that video, by the way. It went up today if you hadn't seen it. But that deck was bonkers. I think we lost one game during that video. But if I could play Wild Growth Archaic, and now everything gets bonus counters because you have like Mikey at 11 and all that stuff, like, bro, this card might be the truth. Like, for real. It might just be it. Going to 2 Verge, 2 Shocks. But yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah. This was the only reason I chose these Verges is because they're green base. Was the biggest thing. So since I'm playing mono green, I can always cast my stuff even if they're not turned on. That was the biggest thing for me. It's the reason, like, if people are wondering why I'm not playing the red-green one, is because the red-green one starts out red instead of green. So I want to make sure we can catch, because we do have a lot of stuff that has like double green in the cost, and you just want to be able to play it. But yeah, very, 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 very cool. So like, yeah, I'm excited about where this deck can go. This was surprisingly good. And again, let's be honest. Like I said, 2 of those games, it was a coin flip last turn, right? That last deck, or where the Archaic deck, I think had they drawn a little bit differently, that could have went a different way. If they opened with the ley line, probably could have changed things significantly. Also, against the red deck, like, if they'd have drawn a Lightning Helix, Burrow's Charm, hell, any pump spell for the flyer, like, whatever, right? There's a bunch of ways we could have lost that. They just bricked on the last turn. So, technically, we could have been 4-2 instead of 6-0 very easily, right? With just one card difference for each of those opponents. Granted, that's Magic, it's RNG, all that stuff. I get it. But very well could have been. But anyway, let's hop out of this one. And let me see what else we're going to fire up today. I love how it's still built with all the frames for all the other events. So it just says claim, but we don't get anything. There's nothing to claim. do. All right. What do I want to do? We have... What do I have in this one? I think this is Jund midrangey things. We are playing the Green Emeritus, the Prof. What else is in there? Okay, this has enough Strixhaven cards that we can consider that. Actually, you know what? What if we do this? Let's check with the chat. Since we have a bunch of people that started watching since we started. What is the count up to here? I haven't been paying attention. There's a bunch of y'all that just kind of flew in here, which is good. We got 126 across all platforms. Fantastic. What's up, everybody? What are y'all looking to see today? Because we're going to do 2 streams. We do the early stream and the late stream. So between them, we will probably cover some of these. But what's everybody looking to see played? Can a creature be prepared twice? Technically, yes, but you don't get another card. Once you're prepared, the card's off to the side, and that's your condition for prepared. You have to use the card to get another copy of the card. Having 4 cards that don't work if you only draw lands of that set is fine. That's fair. You're excited for the Planeswalker. Yeah. A lot of people are looking forward to the new Planeswalkers. I think they got a few people going. I want to know specifically, like, what, not cards, but not like a card or a 2-card combo. Like, what type of deck are you looking to see? Love to see a repartee deck played personally. I do have one of those built. I think thanks to Yeoman 5, actually, is where I got that one. Be interested in a Boros list involving the Lore Horde. Like, everybody's saying that. I'm going to tell y'all, I don't think there is one. At least not a reasonable one to... Like, here's the thing about that. I think the issue, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, is that it's a deck building constraint, right? Like, how many instants and sorceries are you willing to play that costs more than 2? Realistically, more than 4, because you want to be getting value for those plays, right? But you also have to be able to protect the dragon so you can realize that value, right? So it puts you in a really weird spot. It almost feels like, and I hate saying this because I'm one that, like, every single card is a commander card, really. But I get it if you're playing it as a commander, because then you always have access to it, and your deck building constraint isn't as big a deal. And I sort of feel like the cards you're going to want to play, if you're playing a slower deck, to take advantage of those bigger spells, is probably going to be like Lightning Helix, Erode, Get Lost, I don't know, maybe Burst Lightnings or whatever, right? Those don't care about being miracled, right? They're already instants, and you're not going to want to, like, I guess, miracle a Day of Judgment when you have your dragon out, right? Like, I think that's the issue. I think a lot of people want to take advantage of it and do the dragon thing, but every person I ask, I was like, okay, cool. What are we playing along with the dragon? And nobody has an answer, right? This is what me and Dev come to a lot when we talk about the overhyped cards. A lot of our conversations are, okay, but what else are we playing with that card? Because everybody's like, oh, this card's nuts, this card's busted. Okay, cool, but what are we doing with it? And nobody seems to know that answer, right? And that's sort of what I feel like with Lorehold. Let's make Mathemagics work. Mathematics is just a draw spell. Like, just generate a bunch of mana and just do what you could have done before. Honestly, I think Mathemagic is a fine card, but if we can just generate that much mana and make somebody draw their library, like we could probably kill them faster with other things, right? We could have copied a bunch of stuff with Doppelgang or a billion other things. So like Math Magic is a card I'm not actually that excited about. If there's, I can't tell you necessarily cards I am excited about, but Math Magic is one I'm definitely not excited about. It just doesn't feel like it does anything, right? You could either mill your opponent out a couple of different ways with that much mana, or we could do something better the turn or two before with less mana. So I don't really get the hype, you know. And maybe I'm missing something, which is very possible. Do I have any decks that use a Paradigm card? I don't think so. I might have one that has the black one in it, potentially. Something that features one of the Elder Dragons. That's a fair request. Prepared 5-color? That doesn't even sound like a real deck. Is that a thing people have done? Like, if there's a list, I'll take a look at one. I don't even know what prepared 5-color would be. That sounds insane. Quandrix or Lowerhold? You're more likely to see Quandrix do a thing than Lowerhold, I feel like. Because Quandrix is just like, do what you're normally doing and occasionally get a bonus copy because it has Cascade or whatever, right? Like, you don't have to work to do it. You just do what you're doing, and anything that costs 3 or 4 possibly hits something else. You'd be interested, let's see, Lorehold Pingers. That's already a deck. I don't think it got significantly better because of... it would look like all the same cards, right? We play the 1/3, we play the New Raphael, you play the War Leader's Call, maybe O'Hare Ashnell if you want to go that way or not. Like other stuff that makes tokens. It's kind of just all regular cards that exist. I don't know what else I'd add from new stuff. He can cast the Paradigm for 2 mana. Yep, sure. You're not wrong. Can we see play Maseo? I don't have a Maseo build, but we might play a Maseo later in the evening. I think that's possible. Can we channel Fireball this set? Nope, still can't. Math Magic is for Simic ramp decks that can hardcast Omniscience. But isn't Math Magic's an X spell? So Omniscience doesn't do anything for that, right? And if you can hardcast Omniscience, there's a bunch of other ways to win. We've already seen that. Let's see. I know it's a cliche and a pre-release, but what about Mono Black? Nope. The problem is that version of Mono Black that you're talking about will probably just be worse than regular Mono Black. Like, we just be playing new cards for the sake of playing new cards in that list. Now, I was thinking about Applied Geometry last night. Matter of fact, I had on Blue Sky, had a private conversation with Yeoman 5 about it. So I'd be curious. Let's do this. We're gonna take a detour for about, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes. And we're gonna start a list with Applied Geometry, 4 of. We're gonna start with Llanowar Elf, because that just makes obvious sense. I assume, because we're going to be doing silly beatdown things and counters and whatever, we're going to go ahead and play Badger Mole Cub, which, of course, people are like, I don't know why you're playing Badger Mole Cub and all the green decks, blah, blah, blah. Hey, we just played a green deck that didn't have Badger Mole Cub, so shut up. And then Ouroboros, right? I think this makes sense to just say, this is the package of cards. By the way, here's the thing, too. For people that are upset at, like, Elf Cub Ouroboros, this really isn't that different than at any given point in Standard, a certain deck type or genre having its package of cards, right? If you're going to play Mono Black right now, you're probably starting at some number of either 2-mana removal spell and Requiting Hex, probably the Room, and honestly, probably even the Slasher or whatever, right? Those are in pretty much all the mid-rangey black decks. You sort of just start there, right? It's kind of the same thing, right? If you're playing red, you're probably starting with the Lizard. You're probably playing the 2/2 with Prowess or whatever, and you're playing some number of lightning strike and burst lightning, right? Kind of every color sort of has their package of things, and this just happens to be the green one right now. Let's see. Betterment works so well for this idea. If someone's upset ramping a green, they need to touch grass. Hey, you know, people get upset seeing cards. It is what it is. I also understand if you play against it a lot on the ladder, you probably get tired of seeing certain things. Like mono green landfall to me is more prevalent than just Badger Mole Cub decks. But I'm meaning the versions that play like Tifa, the Mossborn Hydra, blah blah, whatever. So, it's not that big a deal. Those cards are table stakes. Fair. An instant or sorcery deck will use the rampant growth in this format. That's possibly true. The one that like sack 2 land, go get 4 land. But anyway, I'm talking about this detour to say, all right, chat wants to see applied geometry. And okay, I'm going to go ahead and concede that y'all also want to see Quandrix get played, right? So we'll put a couple of copies of this in here. Just because, right? We're just playing Magic. I don't know, maybe the Quandrix Charm, because it is sort of a counter and sort of can grow a creature, which is kind of interesting. Maybe play some number of 3 of these. All right, I'm kind of okay with that. All right, so we still have, let's call it 15 slots. I'll figure out the lands in a bit once we figure out what cards we're playing. But we have 15 spell slots. I'm assuming like half of those are probably creatures. So we'll call it 8 creatures, 7 spells, something like that. But what do y'all want to play in these other spots? What cards have you been checking out? What have you seen that goes with this? Do we want to play more things that make counters, right? Do we want Mikey's and the little dude we were just playing, whatever, the turtle? Do you want Terra Symbiosis? Like, I don't know. Are we trying to copy our fractals? I don't know. It's just up to y'all. This could be anything. This is chat getting to decide. We'll take a few minutes, let y'all have input on the next deck that we're playing. So yeah. And it doesn't matter. You can be on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are, you can participate. And still trolling, this doesn't have to be particularly a counters list. Obviously, we have some stuff that are going to make counters with applied geometry and whatever. But the thought might be, what do we want to copy with applied geometry? Right? Couple green ley lines in there. What does the green ley line do? I have a feeling this is going to be a hard no from me. Why would we play this? Yeah, I don't know at all why we'd play this. I'm so confused. Why would we even recommend this? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know what we would do with this. Is there something obvious that I'm missing? Mine into Matter is kind of interesting. See, now here's the thing, though. If we go Mind into Matter, we have to start thinking about, are we trying to ramp up and do something with this? And then what's our payoff, right? Because if it's just like draw and then we just put like a Badger Mole Cub on the battlefield, that's not that exciting. What do you mean, wrong one? What other ley line would we be doing? Is there another? Like, that's the green ley line. Like, is there something else I don't... Sky Coach Conductor doesn't do anything here. So we're definitely not playing that. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't, like... I don't understand why we would play the other ley lines at all. We're not gaining life. We don't need to cop creature types when this never works out. Like, Graveyard's fine, whatever. We're not even playing black. Can't play this one in standard because, you know, banned, whatever. This doesn't do anything. Leyline Weaver is fine. If you're talking about Leyline Weaver, if you want to play that. if that's the plan. Yeah, I do like Vastland Scavenger, but not in this deck because we don't have anything we're really going to get into play except for Quandrix, probably. I think I want to play Vastland Scavenger when I have a bigger top end, or if I'm playing like multiple 6+ cost things. So then I have like something really cool to go get. What are we saying? Leyline of Abundance. What? That's not even standard legal. Right? Am I like, hold on. Let me, like, am I? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, that's a whole different card. And even then, it just like adds more mana, but it still doesn't solve our problem. So I'm like, I'm confused about the recommendation still. I don't know. I might have to take some people's recommendation privileges away. Doubling season, maybe, if we want to go hard on counters. I mean, if we want to do like ramp counters, maybe that's a thing. Hams, you keep saying Leyline of Abundance. It's not standard legal. Chill. Like, we've already gone over this. Follow the chat. Nutrient block. I've tried nutrient blocking some things, and it just hasn't worked out for me, man. I believe me, I tried on like 4 different deck lists, and I'm just not there for it. All right, let's see what Jodseed's all about. Jodseed do anything for this? Inners prepared, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no. This... I guess. I mean, I'll put one in here just because I think this is just somebody saying I want to see this card be played, but like I'm not overly feeling it. Bonnie Paul works. Bonnie Paul's a 6 if we want something to ramp into. So here's the thing. Let's decide, chat. Do we want to do counters or do we want to do ramp? Right? Because I think that determines on, are we going like mind over matter, whatever, or are we trying to get to a world where we're playing doubling season, fractal geometry, whatever, right? I think that's a big difference. Doppelgang, yeah. If we go ramp, then you go Doppelgang for sure, right? Because then we're just playing, and then there's that other card. There's something that says like for each expel or something out of this set, right? At least I feel like there is. I feel like maybe, or did I just make that up? I feel like I read a card that said something about like all your spells with X do a thing. Oh, it's this thing. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its cost, look at the top X cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, and the rest of the bottom in random order. Like, if we went hard on the X spells, this is the type of card we could at least try. Don't know how good it is, but if we're experimenting, you know. All right, so we have 2 people that want ramp, and it seems like most people want counters. So I think we're gonna need to decide. Simone. Oh, good. No, wait. There is a Simone in this set, right? Or did I spell that wrong? What? Hold on a second. Let me go over to Scryfall, because I'm pretty sure there is one. What? Oh, wait. Maybe I have to put in... Maybe I spelled it wrong. No. Is that not how you spell her name? Oh, it's Z. That's why. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, that makes more sense. Oh, is there not one? Oh, there's just Simone's Experiment. So there wasn't a... Weird. I thought we would have got a new one in this set. I guess I just gaslit myself into thinking there was a new one. There's a one for the Commander decks. There's 2 for the Commander decks, technically, right? Yeah, but there's not... Huh, weird. Okay. Well, that's a thing I now know. We didn't get a new Zimone in this set. Weird. All right. Well, that doesn't really do much. I mean, she puts counters on stuff and doubles counters if we want to do that. And then this one, like, technically, if you entered, you get to make fractals. So if you want to do the fractal thing, but a 3-mana 1/1 to hopefully get a thing during your end step is not great. If we don't have more fractals, Jotzi just really isn't necessary, but thanks for consideration. What interests me about Jotzi is that she puts counters on all your fractals. Yeah, sure. I think if... I'll be honest, though. I don't know, unless you're just playing the creatures that are already fractals. I don't know if Jotzi is going to really be worth it at the end of the day. Are there low mana value unblockable creatures? There's the... Well, we'll just put this. Because there's this one, not that one. What am I looking at? This Silent Hall Creeper. So, like, this is probably the best one if you're looking for an unblockable creature. Otherwise, the others are all kind of meh. I mean, technically, I guess you could play this thing. It's fine. And you get to connive, so there's something to it. We don't really have anything that does anything with the graveyard. Everything else is kind of just meh. That can be unblockable. The others just aren't as exciting. Do we really need fractals? Put a Eladamri Corvic doll. Maybe if we're ramping up and stuff. Primo. Man, now y'all are just like naming cards. Like, I don't even know what that is. All right. I say enough people sound like they want to do counters. So we're just going to go toward counters. And I think we're just going to start there. So mind over matter, or mind into matter, I should say, may or may not make the cut. Let me start by looking at things that are just in Strixhaven. That are creatures that care about... Well, obviously, this guy can make the cut if we're going to go counters. Again, that brings up Wild Growth Archaic, and we'll have to make whatever concessions on our mana. I think is fine, though. Berta, somebody mentioned this earlier. Whenever one or more counters are put on Berta, add a mana of any color, create a fractal with the number of counters on it. I don't know if Berta is... ultimately fast enough, realistically. I think paying 4 mana for a 1/4 that you can't even realize either part of the value from for a couple of turns is a little tough. I think that's going to be what holds this card back, because that's a lot to ask. You know, realistically, of just like, all right, we're going to play this thing and hope it survives. Then if it does, I have to play some other creature to get some portion of the mana back, right? Because I get 1 mana back. And then I could tap this and make like a 1/1 at that point. Like, they just... that's rough. That's rough. Fractal Tender. This is a 5 mana 3/3 ward 2 increment at the beginning of your each end step. If you put a counter on this creature, create a fractal token. Like, maybe... if we have enough ways to put counters on it, other than just increment, like, maybe there's something to be said for it. I will say, this is an amusing one to copy with the applied geometry. Right? That's a thing. Because then you automatically put counters on the creature, so then you get to make another one, which is kind of funny. So don't hate that. We'll at least try 1 or 2. We'll give it a go. We'll put 1 in the list just because. Yeah, talent will make the cut if we're going to do counters, for sure. This guy is a flying dinosaur fractal we could spend some amount of mana on to give it counters. Like, maybe that's good? Like, I don't really know. A fractal mascot. I had forgot about this card. Tap target creature opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Like, this, we're probably not playing this, but... Terrafractal's at least somewhat interesting. I mean, the problem though is it's not even a 1/1, it's a 1/0, so you have to spend a minimum of 3 to make it a 2/1 flyer and gain 2 life. So it kind of, if it was at least a 1/1, I think I'd be a little happier about it, but as it stands, not so much. All right. So let's play a talent. Oh yeah, I got to get out of the Strixhaven stuff. So I want to play Innkeeper's talent, some number of these. What else are we playing here? I mean, do we come back and play the Wild Growth Archaic again? Goose Mother from Helldrain? Yeah, I wish that were possible. No, we're not going to go Shaz's Chocobo. We're not landfalling enough to make that a real thing. I think I'm okay for going that. What else do we want to do? The counterspell that puts counters? There's a counterspell that puts counters? Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the one that also fights or whatever, right? What is that thing called? Counter spell creature. Largest, I think is what the text says in it. Nope, I got it wrong. Repulsive mutation, that is the thing. This. Yeah, this actually makes sense in here. We could play a couple of those. I don't have a problem with that. We still have 5 slots. I'm assuming they have to be like creature / planeswalker at this point. Also, like, we have applied geometry in here, but what are we copying? Like, obviously, copying our board's great. Fractal Tinder's kind of all right if we copy that. But there's not much else. I mean, Mutagen Man is an X spell. Mutagen Man isn't a great copy, though, with applied geometry, right? We don't get any more tokens, so, We just get to make another 6/6 guy. Creatures or vehicles with ETBs, so you can take... Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what I'm saying. What are we copying with applied geometry? Like, what things... The Stun Frog from Bloomburrow. I mean, it's 4 mana. It's not bad. Vivian might make the cut. I mean, because we don't really have much. We have 1 card that can get rid of enchantments. Draw cards and lock down foes. Yeah, I feel ya. I mean, type frog, stun. This guy. Yeah, it costs 4. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I mean, I'd play some number of them. I think if we do that, though, we're getting to where we kind of have to cut the Fractal Tinder. Because we're just pushing the cost of the deck up too high. And the next 5 things are almost all going to have to focus on the lower end. So this might be where we come back to playing the Leyline Spider or whatever. Just so we can cast these more reliably on turn 3. These 4 mana things. So let's go... One, two, three, 4. And then now we're over on cards. Where do we go from here? We're playing... see, this is the part of deck building that gets ugly. Like, Quandrix is fine. I don't mind it. It's still, like, worst case scenario, you're going to cast 6/6 Dragon and roll into something else. You know? Yeah, Quantum Riddler's always a good card. I don't hate that. I think this is the case, though, right? We have applied geometry, but it's just like, what cool thing are we doing with it? Not much. I mean, we're copying our board, which is great. We can copy the Entrancer, strong, right? And that's kind of it. Like, we can copy a Badger Mole to just generate some mana because... You know, it's like, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't feel like it's really doing anything. But, I don't know, like, copying, say, like, a doubling season is kind of silly. We also, like, Well, we do have counters. Never mind. So I was going to say, we do have some defense against sweepers or some silly shenanigans happening. So that's good. I mean, we are trying to some number of new cards, right? We want to have, if we could put a few more new cards in here, I would like it a little better, other than just playing, like, what is it, the 8 copies of stuff we're playing now? Technically, I guess 9 copies. So, oh no, I guess not true. We do have the augmenter also. That's true. We could copy Innkeeper's Talent, right? That's a thing. That is a reasonable thing to copy. All right, let me look at lands that we might want to play. Man, deck building this way is always like, I am a vertical deck builder, y'all. I know some people hate that, but it's so much faster to look at more cards and it's way more convenient. Like one click everything in and out is so good. Blue and green. Obviously, we're gonna play Breeding Pools. We're gonna play Sanctums. I guess we could play one Restless Vinestock because we still have Ba Sing Se. Ooh, is that all we're really going with right now? I mean, maybe we're supposed to play some number of multiversal passages. There's also the Verge. So we could do that, obviously. And then after that? How many? We have a lot more green than blue. Though the Willow Verge starts on blue. So that's a thing. Yeah, I think we need to go harder on the green where we can. So I think I will play some multiversal passages. Boop. There we go. How many land does that give us? 23. We do have a lot of mana creatures, but all right, maybe something that looks like this? Question mark? Studious First Year. No. This isn't remotely good enough, I don't think. I say remotely. That's probably not accurate. It's probably reasonable. If I'm doing a true ramp deck where I'm trying to get lands onto the battlefield, then this is probably okay. Like, you turn 1 this, turn 2 Rampant Growth. Alright. I don't know if that's better or worse, because your opponent used a removal spell on your 1/1. You're probably not mad about it, but you also didn't get your ramp spell on turn 2. So I think it kind of goes both ways. One Fabled Passage to thin the deck. That's not... One copy isn't... I'm not even worried about that. Oh, definitely not better than Augmenter in here. That's not even a question. Like, Augmenter at least gives you some amount of defense against some silly things. You know, against sweepers and whatnot. So, I'd much rather have the Augmenter. I don't think that's even a question. Hey, no, okay. Let me say something here. We gotta get back and understand hyperbole. Cause I have to like correct people in the comments, cause y'all are like, this is the worst thing ever. This is this thing. This is the craziest. Like, come on, let's slow down. Like, we're gonna sit here and say this deck has too many trash cards. Like, really? Llanowar Elf, Badger Mole Cub, Talent, Leyline Weaver, like Ouroboros. Like, we can't call these trash cards. Like, come on, what are we doing? Like, you start to become, and I'm not just taking shots at you, but like, you start to sound like the boy who cried wolf, right? When you say stuff like, eventually your comments have no weight. You know what I mean? We gotta, like, would we like better things to copy with applied geometry and do some crazy stuff? Like, yeah, sure. I think that's cool, right? Like I said, would we, like a Terra Symbiosis is probably fine in here with the number of things that can get counters, right? Like, that's cool. You know, no problem with that. Like, that's a real thing. Put the Quandrix image on the deck. Yeah, sure, why not? You can have that. There you go. Easy request. Yeah, that being said, I would probably like a Terra Symbiosis in here somewhere. I don't know what that ultimately is going to look like, but probably somewhere. That's a lot of ramp 4 drops being in. Well, it's not really necessarily that. It's so we hit these cards on time, right? So turn 3, we can cat, because we have a lot of 4s in here. That's 11 of them. Plus Quandrix potentially on turn 4, right? So you want to increase the odds that these things are happening, or be able to play like a Weaver or something and leave up a Quandrix charm, right? Because we are playing at least a decent number of counters. Also, don't forget that Repulsive Mutation can just be an instant speed pump spell. You can use your mana there and not even counter anything. You can just put a bunch of counters on something. If we copy Wanshi and draw 6, that is kind of funny. We have 25 creatures, so I don't know how many I want to cut. What if we get real skinny here, and we'll cut 1 Quandrix Charm, and then let's go with Terra Symbiosis for 2. And we didn't have to cut any creatures to that. We keep 25 creatures. We keep all of our ramp for the most part. We still have a fair amount of ways that get counters, right? Between Augmenter, Badger Mole Cub, Talent, technically Repulsive Mutation, Ouroboros, Applied Geometry. I think that's a fair amount to be able to play the Terra Symbiosis and be okay. We still have 3 different lands that can be creature lands or turn lands into creatures. So we have some help, and I guess the Augmenter also helps against control stuff. It does make me sad we're not playing Archaic in this list, too. You know, I think that's a little tough. But, I mean, it is what it is. Maybe that Death Touch Frog Manador? No. If we're going to do that, I'd rather just play the Archaic again. I think I'd rather just do that. No, we're not dropping Llanowar for the Frog. Like, are y'all serious? Like, are we, like, are we trolling, or are y'all being serious? Y'all want to replace the Llanowar Elf with the Death Touch Frog? Like, for real? For real? Like, that can't be, y'all can't be serious, right? Especially considering all the other 2-mana things that are already in the deck, like that. They have to be trolling, right? Right? Like, that can't be a real thing. Like, y'all are crazy. Like, y'all can't convince me that's real. And this is the thing, y'all. Like, the number of times, and I get it, this happens to every creator, so this isn't just a me thing. But, like, the number of times people will get in the comments and be like, oh, not having this card in the deck is crazy, right? Or, you built this deck without playing this? Wild. I don't understand it, right? It's like, but the deck's still winning. Like, if a thing works, like the other day, right? We put that Golgari deck up that, my God, on paper, I did not understand it. It made no sense. And we went I think 6-2 or something with it. To this day, I still don't understand how it worked, but it won, right? And we stumbled our way through a bunch of games and it won. I don't get to call that deck trash and say, I can't believe it's not playing whatever. Because you know what? Still got the job done. Somebody did well with it in a Magic Online event. We did well with it on the ladder. So it's got 2 proofs of use that turned out to be okay. Like, at some point, we got to take a step back and say, like, maybe there's a reason certain cards aren't in here. Or sometimes putting a card in changes the build enough that you don't get to have what you saw, you know? Right? So we got to slow down and just be like, because we see this certain style of deck or these certain cards, just like, oh, this got to be in here. Because right now, we have, 5 different versions of the Boros tokens decks, right? Whether you want to just go hard on, Anima calls, or if you want to do all the pinger stuff, or you want to do the Firebender Ascension version, if you want to do the O'Hare Ashenil version, right? There's a bunch of different ways you could play it. So when somebody looks at it and goes I can't believe you're not playing O'Hare Ashenil. And it's just like, well, this version doesn't take advantage of it the same way, right? Like, there's a bunch of different ways you could do things. But all right, anyway, let's go ahead and fire this up, play some games, some of these new cards, and see what's up. We thanks for coming to my TED Talk and all that stuff. By the way, welcome everybody who just came to join us. We have a lot of people hanging out. We're at almost 130 folks between all the different places, so thank you for stopping by, coming and checking us out. We're just having a good time with new cards with Strixhaven. Still Trolling says, side note, A deck idea would be based on the Witherbloom Elder, just cost reduction all around. That would be sick ramp spell. Like, you don't even have to. You just like do your thing and you play Witherbloom, and then sometimes you get bonus. All right. Let's fire this off. What's up, Dragon Brood? People wanted to see some Quandrix. People wanted to see some applied geometry, so that's what we're going to try to do right now. Taking advantage of some +1/+1 counters. Also, some regular cards you've seen before, but what if we could do some silly things with that applied geometry? Starting at the top, we do have some Ambitious Augmenter, because we're going to be playing a lot of counters, but also I kind of like this card giving us a token after Board Sweeper, so it kind of makes sense in here. Also, that Fractal token looks wild. Llanowar Elves, because we need mana, of course. Same thing with Badger Molka, but it does put +1/+1 counters on things, so that could matter. Innkeeper's Talent, of course, +1/+1 counters and giving our stuff a little bit of protection. We are going with Leyline Weaver, though I think of all the cards in the list, this is probably the most flexible if we wanted to turn this into something else by the end of the video. We're going to try a couple of Quandrix Charm because, well, it's pretty versatile. And honestly, turning a creature into a 5/5 is both a good defensive measure and aggressive measure, so we'll see how it works out. Terra Symbiosis, because if we're getting counters, we get to draw cards. Or Boroid, of course, because king of counters these days. But we do have Applied Geometry. It's a 4-mana sorcery. You create a token that's a copy of target non-aura permanent you control, which is basically anything in this deck that's on the battlefield. Feel free to copy it. You get a 0/0 fractal that is that thing, but is a creature with 6 counters on it. Which is kind of fun, because if we copy Ouroboros, that probably ends the game. We copy Terra Symbiosis, we draw a giant number of cards. Like, we have a lot of interesting things we could do with this. Or Innkeeper's Talent, just to put more counters on stuff. Or Dream Dew Entrancer, another way we could draw cards, or we could tap the opponent's stuff down. We have Quandrix, of course. Don't necessarily want to copy this, because it is legendary. But it does have Cascade, and other instants and sorceries have Cascade. But realistically, that's just kind of like Applied Geometry, but also Repulsive Mutation, that we could sometimes play this, and with Quandrix out, maybe get another cool card. Maybe Applied Geometry would be fun. So we'll see how this all ends up. But y'all know the drill. I got to tell you, especially right now with the new set dropping, if you're going to buy some cards, go at least check out, peruse, look at the site over at Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com. If you want to save 5% while you're there, just use my code DRAGON. It's DRAGN. But all right. I wasn't ready to do homework, but let's go see what we can do with this applied geometry. Realistically, though, I do think there's probably a world where you could do something insane, where if you could give creatures haste, and then, like, apply geometry into, or a doubling season into applied geometry, and then your creature has haste. I don't even know what that math works out like, but that's got to be bananas. Oh, this hand is not good. We're going to easily mulligan this. Like, only blue mana, lands that come into play tapped. Like, yeah. And our hand was all expensive things, so there was no winning there. Yeah, we keep this. Put back a ley line. Alright. We at least have a path to cast all of our things. Honestly, if I'm being real with you, I think all the charms in this set are good. Or at least useful. This is one of the better sets of charm or charm-like cards we've had in a set. Hinterland Sanctifier. Wow, somebody just brought Life Gain. I hope you're doing something. Maybe they're doing the Naseo or whatever that guy is. That would be a fun one to see. Oh, we're quieting Hex. All right, we got Applied Geometry. We might be able to go Ouroboros into Geometry, y'all. This could be fun. Let's see if it happens. All right, nope, they're just old school in it. Or maybe they do have Naseo, but they didn't draw the land or something. All right, well, here's hoping. They don't. No, if you had a shelter, you would have got rid of our Badger Mole Cub, right? Like, anything else wouldn't make sense. Was tempting to attack there, though, and see if they would just put the counters on the Sanctifier. Oh, we're going to get to do the thing. Here we go. Yeah, they're going to attack through. We're not blocking. Do what you want to do, opponent. Yep, no blocks. Not interested in that line of work, my friend. All right. We can get 5 mana, right? 2, 4, 5. Yeah, so we could elf into applied geometry because we're gonna have to tap the sanctum anyway. So yeah, that works. And then applied geometry. We're gonna copy us an Ouroboros. Hell yeah! Here we go. Get in there, team. How you like them apples? All right. Yep, that seems pretty good. Just have instantly 20 power creatures. That's pretty strong. Honestly, I didn't expect it to work right out of the gate, but you know, here we are. Yeah, opponents gain like 20 life or whatever. Doesn't matter. Like 9/8s can't even punch through. That's so sick. I don't even know why we're doing this, but sure, why not? Just for fun. Let's go. Wow. Attacking with 70 power creatures on turn 4. I guess technically turn 5. Hey, Matumbo, what's up? Yeah, we've been crushing so far today. Yeah, this was dumb. Like, if you get to do this ever, apply geometry and Ouroboros, that's just nutty. Like, if we could have... Yeah, I mean, just... It's ridiculous. There's really no explanation for that. Yeah, that was just too much. That was too much. Though, to be fair, the opponent brought the life gain thing to the party, so I'm not upset beating that one. Okay. This is fine. Like, we keep it. It's not exciting. It's just kind of okay. We obviously have to draw our better cards for this to matter. All right. I think this is still a Weaver on turn 2 play. Unless we draw maybe Llanowar Elf. All right, we didn't. So we'll just Weaver. And the reason I say that is if we drew a Llanowar Elf, I would just play Augmenter Llanowar Elf and still have 4 mana the next turn if it were to come up. And we'd still get to grow the Augmenters. So we have green, black, and... Oh, just 2 green, black lands. They're just using all the alternate art. What you got? Oh, Weaver, are you destined for the graveyard? Looks like it. Ah, see, opponents playing Charms. They know. Right, let's go ahead and play the other Sanctum. All right, well, we've drawn lots of mana. We need to draw things that aren't mana now. All right, nowhere to run. Sure. Get rid of the one without the counters on it? Nope, they're getting rid of the one with the counter on it. Cool, I guess. Oh, Quandrix, you are so close, but so far away, my friend. This is why we play all the mana creatures. It would have been nice to have a Quandrix on this turn if we had not drawn... What? Land Quandrix to start the game? Oh, you know what's funny? That's actually slightly problematic because they could get back the charm, which is annoying for us. All right. No attacks. That's all they have in the yard, though, right? Is the charm? Yeah. So they're just playing Golgari, mid-rangey removal stuff so far. Good news is, regardless of what happens, we're going to be able to cast a Quandrix next turn anyway. So there's a good chance they're going to go after our Badger Mole Cub, which we expected. At least I would think they're going to go after the Badger Mole Cub. Not sure why you'd get back the charm and not do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Attack for 3, not blocking. Not interested. Ooh, a Terra Symbiosis is nice. Alright. Let's hit something good off of this. That counts. And we get to grow our creature, which we already did. Alright, cool. The attacks have begun. Does this only happen once each turn? No. So just whenever. That's cool. No! I wanted to, like, get some value off for Symbiosis. That sucks. Dang it. Thought we were going to get to do something cool, but we did not. Boy. What do I have? 3 creatures over here? I have 4 creatures. So I could grow a ooze a bunch. That sucks. Actually, if I play this, it doesn't really change anything. I'm gonna play it anyway, though. But, all right, attack with these. I mean, if I just attack with everything, you block the token. Do we care? Take 7, go to 3. Probably not. Let's do it. Okay. They did block what I thought they would block, so that makes sense. I'm going to just hold this as a threat. Hopefully we find something that either puts counters on things, or maybe, I don't even know if Applied Geometry would be the card we want. Ritual Chamber. Well, 6/6. The opponent's at 3, though. Badger Mole Cub, you were not it, friend. However, if we draw into another Badger Mole Cub, that would be game, would it not? Because we could make at least one creature that gets through a 3. No! Why? Why that? Oh, gosh, that sucks. Alright, well, we have to attack with everything, right? And then they block, they go to 1. Yeah, I think we'll play the Terra Symbiosis just in case they block the Augmenter. We'll still be able to get a card when it turns into a Fractal. Get 2 cards, actually. Yeah, I didn't think they'd block the way we wanted. That's unfortunate. Alright. Alright, they're at 1. In the turn. They're going to be at least 3, because I'm assuming they will unlock the other room to go to 3 life. Or are we just sweeping the board? Also reasonable. Deadly cover-up would make sense. Nope, it's a Llanowar Elf, so no cover-ups incoming. That's good. They go to 3. And they're not dead, because we can only punch through for 2. At least at the moment. They have something they can play. You find a removal spell? Or Quieting Hex or something? No! Oh, that's the worst. Oh, that sucks. Alright, well, I mean, I guess we still gotta attack. Oh, we have bricked so terribly on these last couple turns. We have so many cards that would have been great. We just didn't find any of them. The opponent should have blocked the other way. Because you're going to give us cards here. We're going to get 4 cards. Okay, sure, yeah. Alright. I mean, I'm here for it. Are you kidding? Oh my god. What? Oh, that couldn't have been worse. Oh, wow. Wow. So of our last, I don't know how many cards, 5 of them were lands. That's tough. Wow, that is brutal. I mean, I guess the good news is we didn't draw them, just regular, but damn. Yep, definitely. Drawing lands like John Avon. That's a real thing right now. Crazy part is we're still not out of it. We have cards we can draw, but damn, this is getting tough. Yep, start gaining some life. Yeah, right. We can't draw any more lands, right? Like, no, we can definitely draw more lands. Man, oh, if we lose this is rough. Like, man. Sure, go to 8. All right, we got to apply geometry. That's something. We get to draw a crap ton of cards. It's just what do we do with them? What are we looking for? And do we draw them all? We have 39 cards. I guess we draw all 12? I mean, like, why not, right? And I guess we'll just copy an Innkeeper's talent. Right? Because definitely not copying a Terra Symbiosis right now. That'd be a suicide run. All right. Draw 6. Golly! Like, that's crazy. Land, elf, land. We literally, if it wasn't for the applied geometry, we've had applied geometry and talent in our last, however many cards are in our hand, plus 1 on the battlefield, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cards. Crazy. All right. Well, let's draw those other 6. All right, another applied geometry. An Ouroboros. All right. So we can do some things at least. This isn't the worst. It's close. Actually, no. Do we die next turn? Hold on a second. Because they could attack for 6. We go down. We could die. If they have another room, we just lose. Right? Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, well, we'll just do what we can. I mean, things happen. If you can kill our Ouroboros, we don't get any value anyway, so it is what it is. You know what? We actually can't even attack. Because we would just die to them attacking. Well, not really. If they had 1 removal spell, we would lose. Yeah, all right. No attacks. Yeah, guess what? I'm discarding some lands. Because I have quite a few. Fine, Stalk can go. I don't think it's going to matter in this scenario. What else do I get rid of? My gosh, how many lands I had? Ugh, terrible. I mean, we're probably still dead, but we gave it the college try. I mean, we hit a stretch where we just couldn't really find any spells. Yeah, if we could have found the frog to tap a thing down, you know, if we could have potentially threatened with like a pump spell, like there were some things. But as it stands, we're not dead yet. If they find another room... Okay, that's not a room. Because they still have to find a way to do 2 more damage. And if they don't have it, they're not going to want to attack, because then they just die to Ouroboros shenanigans. Oh, well, this says they feel like they might have it. Alright, well, if you do, you do. How many creatures can you get? You have a bunch of mana. 1, 2, 3. Did you get all the ones out of my yard already? Nope. Oh, yeah, because I put extra ones in there anyway. I'll just block with this. That's fine. Like, you can gain all the life you want. I'm okay with it. I mean, I assume they have something to get rid of a creature or deal a couple of points. Like, otherwise, that's a crazy attack. Nope, it was just a crazy attack. Go figure. All right, geometry. Ouroboros. All right. Whoo! No clue how we won that game. Where we went, whatever that was, like, what felt like 10 cards, and we found like 2 non-mana sources. Somehow, applied geometry. Hey, welcome to the party. All right, drawing 12 cards was pretty good. Not gonna lie, like that helped quite a bit. But man, that was close. Yeah, that was nutty. Hey, but those make for interesting games, right? Nah, we weren't robbed by the concede. Let's be real. We were happy to see the concede at that point. Because opponent probably had at least, I would think, 3 or 4 solid cards they could have found and maybe won the game there. Especially since they drew an extra card and they surveilled. So they saw 3 extra cards that turn if they wanted to. If they'd have found 2 removal spells or a room and a removal spell, you know, like whatever, it could have been really good. No, we didn't even deck ourselves, actually. We drew 12, and then we drew a couple more, and like we still were in a situation where I think there were 20 cards left. So we were fine. The game wasn't going to come close to us getting decked. At least as the way things were proceeding. Man, that was crazy. Wait, have we lost a game yet so far today? I just realized that. I said that. I just jinxed it. We're going to lose the next one. But, yeah, this is crazy. The green one, though, I at least, having played it now, I get it. Like, just the value on every card was so much. This one feels a little more gimmicky, but somehow we still got there. Or opponents are not available. Let's try again. Yeah, some trolling said never didn't have it. No, we definitely didn't have it. I can't remember last time I had to play a game where we had to draw 12 plus cards to find something relevant. Like, that's been a minute. But it happens, right? Like, I have had stuff like that even happen in paper, where you just go like 8, 9 cards in a row that just happen to be land, right? That's part of playing the RNG. So I can tell people, if it never happens, it also wouldn't be random, you know? Opponents hate to see me coming? I don't know, maybe. Should have went for a third tear. No, that would have got us decked for sure. Okay, let's keep this. What's the over-under on Badger Mole Cub surviving? I will let y'all tell me the odds in the chat. Because I don't think it's going to get very far. Especially against a swamp. Oh, here's an interesting idea, though. What if we just cast Talent first? And then maybe get lucky and can Badger Mole and leave up a Quandrix Charm? Okay, alright. We might get away with it. Alright, and then we just pass. We don't use any more mana. Put a counter on Badger Mole. Alright. What is this guy? You get to draw 2 every... it's Sign in Blood. Yeah. Oh, but you have to gain 2 life for it to do a thing. Yeah, that's fair. Come on with it. Oh, are they going to try to Requiting Hex? If so, that sucks, because then it doesn't do anything to make them pay 2. Yeah. That's tough. I don't think there's anything else we can do with this. Nope. Nope. That just happens. That's unfortunate. I was just thinking if I want to do anything with the other parts of it, but nah. It's all good. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit careful here because they do have mana up. Put it on the land. I was hoping they had maybe shoot the sheriff or something like that, but tough life. They actually had the right cards. What are the odds? Would you be playing Deadly Dispute or Deadly Cover-Up in that deck? Like, maybe? I don't know that they would, but it feels like they might. So I'm just going to go ahead and level this. And just leave Charm up. And I think that's fine-ish. Also, this counters any spell, which is very interesting, right? A lot of times, it's like non-creature spell or something like that. The fact that it counters any spell, unless they pay 2, is very good. Speaking of which, we love to counter those. Though, I guess it doesn't matter. Could have also destroyed it, but... Oh, and we got a backup charm. Well, that's cute. Yeah? Alright. I mean, attack for 7. And then we're staring at 8 next turn. Now we also almost don't even care if they play a room and just take some bonus damage. We're fine with it. Yeah, the charms are very good. I think if you're playing colors that can justify the charms, I would at least consider it if they do something similar. Like if we wanted a counter spell, then yeah, go ahead and play this and then you get some bonus action, right? We can also grow a creature to finish the opponent off, which is a thing. Oh, I could have done that. No, I would have been short. Yeah, you get a thing, I guess? Yeah, sure. You got it. Oh, no thank you. I'm just thinking there's ways we can punch through if that doesn't exist, so sure. Because we can just play Ouroboros, grow thing. Oh, or just do that. That works too. Like, just old cards doing old card things. Alright. Okay. Against a mono black deck, we'll take it. Yeah, so funny. That game, it was really just Quandrix Charms that did all the work. Like, we didn't even play the busted cards. We're just like, Quandrix Charms and Entrancers. That was enough. Yep, Stun Frog definitely did its job. 100%. Well, we'll have a Llanowar Elf into nothing. But, sure. I mean, the dangerous part is we kind of need to have this on blue. But I also kind of want to play a Llanowar Elf to unlock some things. So we're just going to gamble. And if we don't get there, we don't get there. Augmenter. Yep, we've been playing a lot of that ourselves, friend. I feel you. Alright, this is it. Does our elf live, and or do we get an untapped land? Alright. We did not. That hurts so much. Well, didn't draw our land. We took a gamble. We knew the risk. Didn't pay off. Yeah, now if I'm them, just deal with our mana creatures since we missed land drops. and then just keep attacking. Oh, might be an archaic. Because this would be a good time for one if you had it. Yep. Definitely didn't want to see that, but not much we could do about it. Yeah, still not blocking. Oh, we got Entrancer. Is Entrancer good enough? Do we lock down the Hall Creeper for now? Actually, yes. Oh, we can't because we don't have blue mana. Oh, all right. Well, we only have one play, really. Damn. What's funny is I'm getting punished for not putting that multiversal passage on blue, and the game went long enough that it would have been fine because I still ended up not blocking with the Llanowar Elf. So like, getting ultimate punished. Because if we could have went Entrancer and then copy it with Geometry and then copy it again with Geometry, that would have been great. That would have been fantastic. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. God, that sucks. Yep. Okay, Badgermole Cub, that at least changes things a little bit. Not much. Oh, man, a whole hand of cards we just can't play. Ah. Like, I'm just thinking, even if we play this, like, it just doesn't change anything right now, right? Oh, I messed up. I could have turned this into a creature so I could block with it next turn if I still needed blue mana. Oh, that's probably still not a good enough reason. All right. Yeah. God, that's so brutal. Yeah, we just didn't draw lands. Okay. Now we can give them the GGs. Like, we're not doing anything in this scenario. Ah, that sucked. And what's funny is, I know he's sitting there going like, why are you playing multiversal passages and whatever? Like, you must have something going on, right? More than just archaic, or we wouldn't be playing these. We'd be playing the multi-lands. So, like, man. That's tough. Yeah, we can't be too mad about it. Because literally, had we had one blue land, I think we just end up winning that game. Because it would have lockdown creature, grow a creature, lockdown creature, grow a creature, lockdown creature. Then you Ouroboros, and that's it. All right, Quandrix Charm. Let's see what that does this game. Keep it. Hopefully, some of these mana creatures live and we find a Quandrix along the way. Would be fun, which we drew. So that makes life easier. Does machines. Are we doing reanimator stuff? Oh, we're doing... Who, like... When we're doing early access stuff, at least try to bring something fun. Like, what are we doing? Because honestly, that's not even fun for y'all to watch when just, like, mill shenanigans happen, you know? Oh, they're all in on the mill plan. Jeez. Okay. All right. So let's figure this out. What do we want this to look like? Badger Mole leave up Quandrix Charm, and then we'd have 2, 4, 5, 6 mana the following turn. Or we play Badger Mole Cub, play Leyline Weaver, and have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 next turn to not really do much of anything with. I think we want to go bigger. So let's do this. Let's try to set up a bigger turn next turn. And then we just pass. I may not even play Quandrix. Realistically. I might just try to leave Quandrix Charm available for whatever silly shenanigans end up happening. Because while I could pay 6, I could also counter or whatever at this stage. And I don't think we really want that. So let's just Leyline Weaver. No need to get crazy, right? We're in a situation where things are fine. Just let them be fine. If they flash something in, kill a creature. I mean, even at this point, I might just let them destroy the Badger Mole Cub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we... Yeah, I think we just let him kill the Badger Mole Cub. I mean, I can't do anything with my Verge now, but... You know, it's probably Day of Black Sun or something silly. Nope, they ended up not doing it. Okay. We can also get rid of this at any point they decide to try to level it. So let's go attacking with these two. Yeah, we just let it go. Not worth fighting over. Just be patient. All right. Meredith, no thank you. If you sweep the board now, we accept it. We waited around for a key card. Things happen. We'll live with it. Because I'm sure they're going to mill our board or whatever. All right. I mean, you kind of have to at this point. Yep, exactly. I assumed. Now, notice how they didn't want to... Did they get rid of anything there to exile stuff? It looks like they did. Okay. What did we exile? Oh, yeah, of course. Sure. Guy with a Quandrix Charm. You know what? You're at 7? All right. All right. You have an Emeritus. Fair enough. Okay, well, we'll try. Because what else are we going to do? Sweet, but that unfortunately has ward, I'm pretty sure. Yep, has ward too. We'll still cast it. Oh, because we get credit for another untap. Oh, that's funny. I mean, might as well, I guess. Do I want to tap my own creature to draw cards? I kind of think so. All right, that sort of worked out, right? With them being at 7. I mean, they can also just draw into another sweeper, but, you know, we got to do something. All right. Here we go. What do they find? So I'm sure they're playing infinite deadly cover-ups and whatever. Okay, that means no cover-ups incoming. That's a good sign. Turn up to 2 artifacts. Yep, sure. Fine. We can live with that. Okay. All right. So if you counter a thing... Yeah, we kind of just have to make them counter, right? And this is Ward 2? Sure. Oh, I could have played the bossing save for free there. Oh, that's silly. Doesn't really matter, though. Alright. Sure. Still get to untap our dudes. What's at 7? We have 39 cards left. Means we have 21 in the yard. So this doesn't mill us for the win. So what does this have to look like for us? I guess we... Huh. Alright. Let's just level up. I was like, here it comes. Yep. We do get to trample. Actually, you know what? If I'd have put 2 counters on Quandrix, nah, it wouldn't have mattered, really. You're going to be a mana short. Oh, that's a tap land? Oh, sick. Sick. All right, well, we got there. I don't know how. We fought through all the good stuff some way. All right. We did indeed have fun. Not really. But we got to win, so it's fine. I mean, so the opponent played Manuscript Emeritus in this thing, trying to get us, which in a way kind of makes sense because you get the extra mana, and then I guess on your turn you could use it with the technique to try to mill your opponent. But yeah, this is just not fun Magic to play against. I hope it was at least entertaining for y'all to watch. Because this just, like, those games don't even feel fun to play. But yeah, like, crazy. I think, though, had I put the 2 counters on Quandrix, opponent would have taken 3 trample. No, actually, this would have been 8. Yeah, they would have taken 3 trample, and then 3 still would have got through because these were both 3/3s at the time. So I think we would have won that way if I'd have just paid attention to the trample. But turns out, you know, never punished, I guess. But yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this mess. Cuz this was something. I don't where did it even put the deck when we got done with it? Did we even put an actual title on the deck? Oh, cuz I have to go back into wait, no. Hold on. Why? Oh, actually, I just realized when we're in early accesses, we don't even have the filters to be able to find our piles. Oh, that sucks. Where did I put? Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool. Whew. All right. We'll just put this as Quandrix. Because that's what this is. Oh my gosh. That feels like it took so much energy. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Like, just to make sure and, like, have to be patient to play around stuff or whatever. And then I missed to play at the end, but it ended up not getting punished. So there's that. Okay. So here's the thing about this deck. Is this the best thing we could be doing with applied geometry? I don't know, right? It could be, it wasn't a bad thing we did with it. We did lots of cool stuff. We drew a bajillion cards. We copied Ouroboros, right? We copied the Innkeeper's talent. So those were all very good things. Are there bigger, better things you could do with it? I think that answer is obviously yes. But I don't know if that makes those other things better. As for the cards that I think were standouts in this list, the Quandrix Charm was spectacular. We used this multiple times to protect ourselves, and there was a situation where we could have turned something into a 5/5 and made a difference as well. So that's actually pretty cool. And then just having the flexibility to destroy an enchantment, because that is important in current standard, right? If you're playing against like the Is It piles, you know, with lessons, they have enchantments and talent you can get rid of. Two different talents in those lists a lot of the times, right? You also have the cool but rude that's played a lot. We saw the black rooms being played a bunch, right? So there's actually reasonable targets for this card. And even against something like mono red or whatnot, where, you know, they have really cheap spells, so maybe countering something isn't that good. Sometimes when they go to shoot one of your creatures, you just turn it into a 5/5. Right? And then that's good enough. And if you already have counters on it, where your 5/5 is now like an 8/8 or whatever the situation is. Right? So that's actually pretty cool too. Quandrix actually works in here because while we do have mana creatures we could hit, we have a lot of other solid hits too, right? If we get any of these 4 mana things, Terra Symbiosis, right? We're not upset at that. And just future cards having that, it's like, okay, occasionally we'll play a Quandrix Charm and get a like Augmenter or an Elf, or we'll play a Repulsive Mutation for like 4, maybe hit something else. So just like extra value, but having a big 6/6 Flying Trampler does matter, especially in a deck where you can put counters on things. We kind of got to see everything do its thing. I don't think there's really a complaint here. Overall, pretty solid. I think like a lot of decks, it probably needs some iterating. You know, we're still in early access, learning all the cards, and that's a thing. But yeah, I'll put this list over on Moxfield like always. You know, all the lists are over there if y'all want to check them out. But man, this one was a cool one. That's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. We at least got to see Applied Geometry do its thing, you know. Sabsunan's legendary, so it's not a great copy, unfortunately. Because I'm pretty sure Applied Geometry doesn't make it non-legendary. Yeah, you just get an exact copy of it. So unless it gives you value right when you play it, there's really no point in copying it. Augmenter's fine. I think we knew Augmenter was going to be playable. It was just, you know, it's solid. I think like a lot of those style of creatures, as long as you have at least a reasonable amount of things that could get up to 3 counters on it, you don't mind it. Right? Because worst case scenario, even if you play it on turn 2 or 3 and it just gets to like a 2/2 or a 3/3, it dies and you still have a 2/2. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the real thing about this card. It's not so much that it gets the counters, which is obviously good. It's that when it dies, you still have another creature, right? And I don't know if the prevalence of this card is going to lead to more people trying to take a risk and instead of playing Day of Judgment, playing Ultima. So you just end the turn and those other abilities don't trigger off or whatever. Because I could see that being a thing. But you also, if you take that extra turn, a lot of times, especially if you're on the draw, you're just going to be dead. You know what I mean? If you don't get rid of the board. So probably won't be enough of a reason for them to make the change. But when you start talking about multiple creatures that do stuff when they die, and you can start building with 2 or 3 of those in your deck list, you know, you start getting some value against those removal decks or sweeper decks. It adds up pretty quick. So yeah, so I'm into it. Yeah, Torch is always going to be a thing, but I'm talking about a lot of the like mono white control, Azorius control, you know, whatever, that aren't really going to be playing Torch, you know? Oh no, we talked about that earlier. Like, Applied Geometry doubling season is a cool idea, but it's honestly like, what else does the deck look like, right, is part of the problem. Because it's like, okay, could we also just play like Doppelgang and just do other big things and win, right? I don't know. Maybe you're supposed to pair it with some number of planeswalkers or who knows what, right? And get real value that way. So there's probably a way to do it. We just haven't put time into it to figure that out. But yeah, welcome everybody. Those of you that have just joined us. You know, we have lots of people hanging out today, so much appreciated that y'all stopped by. Always cool. Early access, like always, we're getting to play all kinds of cards. So this is the second deck list we put together, and it performed very well. And I think the one game we lost was because we got stuck at 2 lands, if I remember right, between 2 decks so far. So that's kind of crazy. Like, that seems a little bit nutty. I think we're getting a little lucky, right? I mean, you got to call a spade a spade. It's one of those things where when we're talking about decks, I always tell people, and I say this again at least once a week in the videos, but look at how a deck wins or loses, not if it wins or loses. Because, we played some games recently, even the first green deck, right? Like, two of our opponents, probably, I'm guessing, each of them probably had between 8 and 10 outs they could have drawn in that last turn, and they just didn't. Right? So, there's a lot of ways we could have lost those games, and instead of being 6-0 or 4-2. Still good, but it's not like, undefeated great or whatever. Like, it's a good talking point to be able to say, oh, we went undefeated with this mono green deck, which is accurate, and, witnesses. But at the same time, is it really, like, no deck's going to stay undefeated, right? There's no such thing. It's just not, right? It's just not how card games work, especially at the upper tier level. So anytime you see us put that in the videos, or like even like the one today I put up, it did legitimately go 88% in its matches, which is great. But if we play that over a matter of time, it's probably going to come down to like 60 to 65%, even if it's really good. And like, that's still great, but it's not going to be 88% great, right? So I always tell people when they ask, like, what's the win rate on this deck? Like, it's a small sample size. Like, even if we play a lot of games with a fast deck in a video, I think the most games we ever played was like 14 games in like 50 minutes, right? That's still a small sample size. Until you're at like 50 plus games, you're not really going to know what the win rate of a deck is realistically. That's why when a lot of people prepare for tournaments, they try to look at the scale of number of matches that have happened or whatever over the last 4 or 5 events, get all the information they can, and then they have a real idea. Because we've seen decks do well in one event. A good example is the Excruciator deck, right? It was great for one tournament. It was okay for the next couple of weeks on the ladder, and then now you almost never see it. You know what I mean? And it was a Pro Tour winning deck, effectively, and then almost is non-existent, right? It's just how easy things can happen. Like, if we ran that tournament back with everybody having the same decks, that deck probably doesn't win. It's just, that's why we always have to look at things in context. Is Pests a thing? I don't even know how many decks care about, or how many cards care about Pests. So is Excruciator is more of a meta read deck? Yeah, realistically. I mean, it can still play. I mean, I think I've seen 1 or 2 finish top 8 in some of the like Magic Online events and stuff over the last few weeks. So like, you can still play it, and it's not a trash deck, but it's not the like, oh, I'm playing blue black, I gotta play this deck. It's just not a thing. Plus, there's also a lot of times, and I always tell people this about Pro Tour or pro level events, actually, pretty much in any card game, not even just Magic. But in pro level events, there's 2 things, right? One is knowing the propensity of pro players, right? Even if mono red is a good deck, a lot of pros want to stray away from playing mono red because they want the deck that they think gives them a better chance with more agency and more creativity and whatever. And they want to be like, oh, I played the complicated tough deck or whatever. I didn't win with just like little red idiots or whatever, right? That, or equivalent in different games, right? You're going to call it different things, but similar strategy. That's a thing that happens. The other is a lot of the players know each other, even though they're testing in different groups and camps and, they get together for like a week beforehand or whatever and all this. A lot of them know what others are doing. So that's also taken into consideration because you're talking about an event that has like 300 people. When, I don't know, probably there's people in those events that know close to a third of the other players participating. So that also affects a lot of deck building decisions, right? Whereas if you just play on the ladder, it's the Wild West. I mean, decks that you would never see in a tournament still show up on the ladder sometimes. Like the mono white life gain deck, nobody's going to play that in a Pro Tour level event. They're just not. We don't even see that finish top 8 in the Magic Online tournaments, whatever. But if you play 2 hours a night, 4 nights a week on Arena, you're probably going to run into it, hell, probably 10 or 15 times. You know what I mean? Maybe not that. 8 to 10 times. It's very common, right? But there's decks on the Pro Tour level that would probably not be able to do anything against that because they're not accounting for it without sideboard cards and whatever because it's best of 3, best of 1, right? So that affects a lot of things too. Everybody knowing what Excruciator does now changes the effectiveness of the deck. Whereas when it's a new thing on the scene, very different. You know what I mean? So there's that. So anyway, TED Talk number 2 of the day. You're welcome. I'm just out here trying to educate people because I've seen some things. That's all. But yeah, let me do a quick check on cards that even mention pests because I don't even know. Pests. I'm assuming they're all going to be from Strixhaven, so. Oh, that's kind of a small list. That's literally every card that even has pest in its text. Wow, that's not good. Yeah, I don't think pests are a real thing. Unless there's some in other sets that just randomly made pests that I forgot about, but I don't think there is. Yeah. There's not even enough cards to play pests. I mean, you'd have to play every single card that says the word pest on it, effectively. And maybe, I don't know, some number of changelings or something. But yeah, because here's the problem. Like, Maseo, you could definitely play. Fine card. No worries. Each opponent discards a card. You make a pass. I mean, it's not... It's whatever. It's not exciting, so you're probably not going to play that. This guy is a pest. It's a 4/2. When it attacks, you gain life. It's not the worst. This sloth, it makes a pest when it dies. It's a 4/4 for 4 with reach, so I mean, I guess that's passable. Obviously, you would play black. You go ahead and play the teacher's pet. I mean, technically, gain life, put a counter on it. It's not great, but yeah, when it enters, you make another pass. But yeah, I mean, you could probably do it. I mean, maybe. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Like, everybody's answer when we want to build these weird decks is play changelings. And it's like, okay, but most of the changelings are trash. Especially in black-green. Like, we're not going to play a 4-mana 2/2. You could play this Knucklehead because at least destroys artifacts and enchantments. You could play Mutable Explorer, but it doesn't really do anything for that deck because you're not really ramping into anything. This guy's a 3-mana 2/3. It gains life, and then you have like some mana ones. Furtick Core. I mean, I guess there's the Sneak, a 2/2 for 2, but like they're fine, but they don't do anything, right? They just happen to be a pest. Is the issue. I told people, even when we were first talking about Lorwyn, if we got like a good 1/1 changeling or a good 2/2 changeling that did something, not Flash, but like any other thing, I think it would have been like, okay, well, now we can use these to supplement some of these other strategies, which to me would have been a big deal because when we're doing different sets and we're only there for one set at a time, like normally if we were doing a whole Strixhaven block, you could put like 8 or 9 pest cards in this set. You could put 2 or 3 in the next set and 2 or 3 in the next set. Or even at 2 blocks, right? Or 2 set blocks. You put like 5 or 6 in the next set. But this way you're getting just whatever we just saw. Whatever the 8 or 10 cards over there. And that's kind of it, you know? No, nothing wrong with bringing it up. I think we need to have these conversations. I'm sure you're not the only one that wanted to play PES, you know? Because Arena, Mitgo, F&M Paper, and Competitive Paper are all different worlds. Yeah, basically. They all function very differently. Yeah, Golgari Life Gain deck. I see, and that's what I feel like. You play a Golgari Life Gain deck, or Life Drain deck, or whatever, that happens to play 2 or 3 of the cards that maybe make Pest, like a Maseo or whatever like that. And then you have a Pest deck, but it's a Life Gain, Life Drain deck that just happens to have some cards that make Pest. That's probably more accurate. play Oko, he changes creature type. That is funny. He could be a pest. Oko is kind of a pest anyway, right? So that's a real thing. But all right. I need to step away for just a quick second. And then we will be right back and we will play some more before taking an actual official break and coming back for the late game. But y'all let me know in the chat while I'm gone what card, single card, or what new strategy you want to see in the next couple of decks on the channel. We'll be back here in just a second. Okay, we're back. Sorry I had to leave y'all waiting. Let's see. Silver Quill Sacrifice. Are those even real words that go together? Witherbloom Spellslinger. That doesn't sound like a thing. I think the Witherbloom decks are just going to be play Witherbloom, play your creatures, and then your cheap removal and stuff is just going to cost 1. I think that's what you're going to see most of the time. Because, again, I think it's a deck building restriction of how many creatures are you going to play to make sure your stuff is cheaper, but then also play big spells that need that level of discount. Right? Those two things don't generally go together. So I think you're going to be in a lot of situations where it just looks like Golgari mid-range, but you can get away with playing some like 4 mana removal spells or something that just you get to play for 2. You know, like that sort of thing. I think that's a lot of what it's going to be. Agatha Soul Cauldron work with new creatures with spell build in. I don't understand that. So how does Agatha Soul Cauldron work with new creatures with spell built in? Oh, you mean with the ones that are prepared? They don't do anything. Because you only get the spell if the creature is prepared. But Agatha Soul Cauldron just lets you copy activated abilities of cards, but those don't have activated abilities. So they just don't do anything. I mean, you still get your +1/+1 counter, but that's about it. You still really want to see a repartee deck, not a recycled Orzhov deck with some of the new cards. That's what they're going to be ultimately. Repartee, like, we talked about this when we opened the stream. Like, we're at a point, because we're, 33 years in on Magic or whatever it is. A lot of abilities are just going to be variations of other things, right? Repartee is just a different version of Heroic, right? Target your creature, a thing happens. It's the same thing. Like, we've literally seen this before. It's just in a different color combination. It's like, Offspring was just like a different version of Kicker, right? You pay a cost, you get a copy of the thing, but it's a 1/1, right? We could just change the text, but it's literally like same ability. We just put different words on what happens when it triggers. So I think you're going to see some version of just Orzhov aggro that just happens to have some repartee cards in there. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it just kind of is what it is. Every mechanic is Kicker or Horsemanship as a class. I don't know about Horsemanship. That's a little. I don't think everything's Kicker, right? Because Repartee is actually closer to Heroic. I think we could probably pick like 5 or 6 abilities, and everything's going to be like some variation of that, right? Pay a cost, get a thing. Pay it when you cast it, copy the thing or get some extra ability. Target a thing, get a thing. Play something from the graveyard, right? Like, which is fine. But credit to R&D for still being able to make creative versions of all those things. So we're still inspired to build decks and buy cards and do things, right? Got to respect it for what it is. Hey, Reversal Wizard came through with 9 people. How's it going, friend? But yeah, anyway, I say all that to say we do have some of those black-white decks. Some people want to see them. But again, this is mostly just to play the black-white cards. Do I think these are the best ways to play the black-white decks? No. Do I think these are the absolute best cards to play in the black-white deck? No, because we're in a standard where this will be, I believe, the 16th standard legal set. There's just a pile of good cards to be played. I mean, if we're just being honest, they're just piles of good things. That being said, hey, people want to see some things. Actually, you know what? Let me double check something. Maybe we don't. Let me see. I thought I had another. Hold on. Thought I had another black-white deck list in here. This one might be. I don't know. I may have to move some stuff around. Give me a second. Because this one I think I got from Yeoman 5 last night, if I'm not mistaken. Let me move some things around. Because I kind of want to play the 4 mana cost Duder in here. Cornerstone, put 2 counters on target creature. Exile a thing 2 or less. Each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. This puts counters so you can target. I kinda want to. Oh, I guess it with 1A, not 2. Man, a bunch of the repartee cards are not great. Like, this is fine, but I don't know, man. Where we would find room for all this stuff is the issue. Because part of the problem is you want flexible removal, but then you also want to be able to take advantage of things. So we're going to have to get kind of tricky. Like, I like what I like about Voice of Victory is like it's still you could cash your stuff kind of freely and not have to worry as much. But at the same time, you want stuff that you can actually punch through with. So what is this guy? Whenever you cast instant or spell, this creature can't be blocked. When it deals combat damage, you draw a card, lose life. Meh. Not so excited by that. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, targets a creature, this gains flying. Meh. Kind of want to experiment with just one of these. I guess this could be our 60th card. When this creature enters, draw a card. Each player loses life. When you cast instant or sorcery spell, target creature, exile up one target creature, return a card to the battlefield under owner's control. We don't really have anything that takes advantage of that, though, right? Nah, we'd just be returning stuff for the sake of returning it. I mean, I guess we could blink the opponent's stuff. I mean, I guess, I don't know, what would we be doing? Resetting an overboard? That's not great. I'd probably just try, like, 2 of the Hope Singer, probably. I think that's fine. I mean, we'll do the thing, just so y'all get to see the deck. I'll be honest, though, of the decks we played so far, I'm probably the least excited about this one. I mean, we could fix what's broken. I mean, just to play a one-of. I mean, we could at least just, hey, we're going to call 1 or 2 and just get back those guys. I think that's fine. I don't think that's unreasonable. You had a chance. I came back and all people were talking about was repartee stuff. I said while I was gone, people could have posted in chat what y'all wanted to see. This is what people said. I'm just responding to the people with the request I gave. Moment of Reckoning. Why would we... What? Why would we play this? Yeah, I'm not that interested, actually. I'm not even sure how interested I am playing this in a black-white reanimator deck. Because you have the other one that has flashback. I'd probably rather play that because it's cheaper. You have Zombify, probably playing that. We have Fix What's Broken. I'd play that before this. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, this feels just really expensive. But you get to do it 4 times. So there is that, right? Just wreck 4 things is actually also pretty good. So maybe you do play it. I don't know. But I don't think we're doing that in this list. That's for sure. There is no top end. The top end is 3. Right? The top end is an owl. That's what the top end is. As lifelink, we can put counters on things and keep fighting. Rendered speeches. Y'all are just saying cards. Yeah, this is 4 mana. We're not doing this. Like, look at their hand, choose a non-land card, they discard a card, put 2 counters and up to 1. Like, that's a lot to basically, like, opponent discards a card. You know what I mean? Like, we're not playing this. Like, I would venture to guess, unless you have something that makes this very cheap to cast, like you can do it for 2 mana for some reason, or crazy ramp into it, or you could play it for free out of the graveyard, something like that, I don't think we're ever putting this into a deck realistically that's going to be competitive. This isn't the type of card you're trying to play and play in a real deck. Like, it's just too slow. Like, realistically, over this, I would play an Elspeth pretty much every time. I would probably even play one of the enduring creatures, right? Either the one that draws you cards or the one that drains a life. Like, that would probably be better. Like, I'm just thinking of all the things that are more ubiquitously useful at 4 or 5 mana than this card. And there's a bunch. Right? I'm almost never playing this. Even if I was playing a black-white discard deck, I'm probably still not playing this. Because by the time I get to turn 4 or 5, if I draw it later, I've probably already made my opponent discard all the relevant cards. Between them discarding cards for 3 or 4 turns and playing spells, they don't have much in hand anyway. You know what I mean? So I don't even think I'd want that. Yeah, limited, absolutely you play it, right? Because if you get it on turn 4 or 5, they have their big thing still stuck in hand. You make them discard it, and you make one of your creatures bigger. Yeah, absolutely. But for standard play or constructed play at all, you generally want to stray away from cards like this. Like, we don't always know what cards are good because the metagame shifts and changes, whatever. But there's a lot of times we know what's not playable. This is on the list of not playable, realistic. And when we say not playable, like technically, yes, you could spend the mana, cast it, it could be a thing. But realistically, when we say unplayable, it's like, if you're trying to have a winning deck, this can't have real consideration. It'll be bad way more often than it's good. So you got to put it in the unplayable category. All right. What an Elite Interceptor. All right. Elite Interceptor. No. Really? A 1 mana 1/2 that I have to pay 2 more mana at sorcery speed to just like tap a thing, draw a card, basically? Because we're never really going to want to untap at sorcery speed. So you're almost always tapping an opponent's creature you can try to punch through. Like, yeah, that's not really worth it. I mean, we can't give that... Like, budget considerations? Sure. I got no problem with that. But if we're playing just realistic, like, hey, I want to build a deck that's going to do something, nah, that card... I can't give that card any real consideration at all. All right. We're once again suggesting limited cards. Yeah, it sort of feels like that. Like there's zero chance for that card to be in any list right now. Like, and here's the other reality. Is there a world where maybe if you were at back to like 4 sets a year and a 2-year standard, that you could give some consideration to those cards? Like, maybe it's possible. But when you have 16 sets to pick from, yeah, those cards, like, if you're not bringing real value or instant speed actions or ETB things or whatever, like, you're not even getting considered. Meritus of Truth is not, you don't play that in this list. It doesn't do anything in here. The card you get doesn't let you target your own thing effectively because it just removes it. So that's not a thing you want. Otherwise, you just have a 3 mana 3/3 that also makes a creature. Your opponent won't ever really have more creatures than you if your plan is working. So there's that, right? So you may never even prepare it. So just like, you don't play it in this list. Less lands and Forsaken Miner. Forsaken Miner doesn't... No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. like that's just worse than the other cards we're playing, right? Forsaken Miners... Worse than Cheeky House Mouse, because House Mouse at least lets us target our stuff in this deck if you're trying to do the repartee thing. Right? We have Cecil. Cecil's obviously better, so that's not even a question. Right? We have an actual repartee creature that if we target it, we also get permanent counters. So it's like, what would we play it over? And we're not just cutting lands to play another spell, because that's backwards at that point, right? That's going to make our draws worse. Early access event lets you use new card art. I'm sure I could. I I'm sure there's a way if I really want. Yeah, I could probably craft stuff and apply styles, I guess. But, I usually don't. I'm that dude. I was just talking about this earlier in today's video. Like, I haven't even changed my pet since I think the first time they were available. So I still have the same derpy dog with I guess fox. I don't know. I call it a dog with like 3 tails and the helmet. I'm still using that thing. Like, I haven't changed anything. Is Abigail worth considering? No, because it literally turns off the thing you're trying to do. Right? The goal to have repartee is so we can put counters on our things. If you play Abigail, you literally turn the creature off and you don't get to do the +1/+1s anymore. Right? Like, you take away the ability of the reason you're playing the deck. Foolish Fate. This is 3 mana. Well, we're already 3 mana destroy target creature. I'm not that interested. You gain life this turn. That creature. No. I don't. Honestly, I don't know when we would play this. Because it's not better than Requiting Hex. It's probably not better than Shoot the Sheriff in most lists. It's not going to be better than a Road. Because if you're talking about black-white, whatever. Even at 3 mana, isn't like Murder and stuff still available? Yeah. I mean, I guess you could still do that. I mean, I guess it's better than Murder. I mean, so there is that. So, I mean, because it's only 1 black mana. So, I mean, I guess I would do it in that case. So, if I was doing a life gain list and I was on a budget, I would probably consider this. But, yeah, it's not going to make most lists, I would think. New Abigail. Nope, I keep forgetting. We spell it Abigail like the wind. This thing... Whenever you cast a creature spell, it becomes prepared. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. The problem is, like, its spell is a sorcery speed thing. If it gave us something that was an instant, I would like it way more. But it's like, I mean, we could play one just to play it. I mean, it's fine. It's a 2/3, like, you get... I mean, the thing is, it's easy to turn on. Because we're going to play creatures. It just feels kind of rough. Like, the spell being a sorcery just makes it not great. No, all you're doing is attacking and targeting your stuff, and your stuff gets abilities. Like, it's kind of what the deck is. Like, it's kind of straightforward. I mean, we can move numbers around. If y'all want to play one of the Abigails, I mean, I guess we could just do it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But yeah, sure. We'll give it a go. Abigail's in. I think, though, we're going to end up just wanting more of the Stirring Hope Singer. I think this is just better. Realistically. Because, I mean, honestly... Because, again, I like that Abigail just gives us a free spell. And it puts a counter, and that's really cool. But the other side of that is also, like, we have to do it on our turn, and we can't use it as a defensive trick or whatever. Our opponent always knows it's available. So, I don't know. We'll play it, though, just to try one of these cards out and see what it does. See, hyperbole. We were talking about this earlier. I am not calling Hope Singer gas yet. Right? That feels like a little bit of an overstatement. I ain't going to go that far. But it might be okay. We'll find out. You know what? I think I'm just going to go extra Hope Singer. I think I'm going to gamble on that, though. I just feel like that has a higher chance to pay off than Abigail. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Uh-oh. Did I freeze my OBS? I think I did. OBS seems like it might not be happy with me right now. Oh, no. Well, all right. We'll give it a second to see if we can actually get to a recording situation. Okay, there we go. All right. Nope, it stopped. Okay. We're back on. All right. What's up, Dragon Brood? We had people asking for a repartee deck, so we're going to give it a go. and see if it actually works. I think it's possible. There's some cool stuff we could do to kind of facilitate it, so we'll see if we got there today. We're starting with Cheeky House Mouse. And also, by the way, credit to Yeoman5, because I think it's where I got the basis for this list from. But we did make some changes to it. But we do have Cheeky House Mouse. It does let us target things with the +1/+1. So that's kind of why it made the cut. And then it's just a 2/1 anyway by itself, which is fine. Dig Site, this is good. Put a +1/+1 on a creature. It also gains Vigilance. And then we can flash back for 1. So basically, cheap spell that we can use twice to target our things. Enter the Avatar state, obviously pretty good. Target your own thing, get the ability, get flying, first strike, lifelink, hexproof. This will probably end up helping win several games. Cecil, we've all seen this a bunch. 2/3, Death Touch, eventually flips into a lifelinker. Desperate Measures, this can let us get rid of some small early creatures, but also, if our creature's already going to die, we could target one of our own things and draw 2 cards. Lecturing Scorn Mage, this is a fun one. It's a 1-mana 1/1, but whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, get a +1/+1. One thing I will note about Repartee is that you don't have to target that creature, right? It's just when you cast an instant sorcery spell that targets a creature, it triggers. That's kind of nice. Voice of Victory, this is mostly so if we try to do things on our turn, our opponent can't just like kill our creatures in response or whatever. And this card's obviously solid. Bitter Triumph for some removal. Scolding Administrator, this is a 2-mana 2/2. It does have Menace. Again, whenever he casts an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. But also when it dies, if it had counters on it, we get to put those counters on another creature. Silver Quill Charm, this is just good. Lets us target a creature, put counters on it. We can also exile a creature, so hey, maybe we get rid of an early Badger Mole Cub. But then also, we can just drain the opponent's life for 3. We're going to try out Stirring Hope Singer. No clue if this is going to work, but it's a 3-mana 1/3 flying lifelink. And we target something, we get to put counters on all of our creatures, which is actually pretty damn good. And then we have 1 Fix What's Broken, so late in the game, maybe if things go sideways, we just call 1 or 2, pile everything back onto the battlefield. We'll see if it works. Don't know if this is going to work out or not, whether you want to buy this deck or something else, especially with Strixhaven just rolling out. Be sure to check out our friends at Tales of Adventure. It's toamagic.com. Why? Because you can save 5% on everything you buy over there if you use my code DRAGON, which is DRAGN. But all right, business is out the way. Let's go target our stuff and see if it helps. Because I have no clue if it's going to. All right. Let's go. It's early access, so I mean, if you run into people playing a bunch of removal, it's just they're just showing up to not have fun in a fun environment. Oh man, all the 1s and 2s we have, and we get this hand. We can't. We got a mulligan. Oh no. Eesh. That sucks. Oh, this is so brutal. All right, well, we've seen no 1-mana creature in either of these opening hands. Ugh. Hell, we haven't seen a 2-mana creature. It was all 1 and 2-mana spells and 3-mana creatures. So that's tough. Can we find something good here? Nope. Bad times, friends. Bad times. Sometimes the draws don't work out. Okay, well, you know. Oh, wait. How's this in here? This should be... Oh, we reprinted these. I forgot. I was like, wait, why is it showing me the Innistrad one? But yeah, I forgot they got reprinted. Oh, do I have the wrong version of this opened up? I think I do, because this was not on that other list. Or maybe, I don't know. Either way, we're in now. All right, well, y'all are getting to see a different version of this, because we have multiple of these queued up. I mean, yeah, that comes through. That's fine. Well, this is cute. We'll target the flyer so we can gain some life. All these trigger. Blink of lands. Why not? Yeah, just that. I don't actually think this is that good in the version we're playing, but you at least get to see Hope Singers in action for a second. So, bonus game with a different version. Ah, that's cute. Another Hope Singer. Oh, let's use a flashback one. Because why not? Is this when it leaves the battlefield? Oh, it has to die. Fantastic. Alright. Okay, well, you got to see that. Accidental win. Maybe I'll save this on the video for the bonus game at the end. All right, let me. What's the deck? Where are we at? Was that not the one we were working on? No. What happened? Where'd that other deck go? Because like I said, I know I had multiple versions. What the hell happened? Oh, this. Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Let me get out of this. This is the only problem with the early access setup is it doesn't organize your decks. Usually it's like the most recent one you mess with goes to the top, right? The most recent edited list. But for some reason, this just kind of randomly places them. And then the day it goes live regularly, everything's fixed. So I don't know what that's about. Well, I don't know. Y'all got to see a bonus game. Y'all were here live. Y'all got to see a little extra. Let's see if we can find an opponent, though. I mean, to be fair, that looked way better than it should have because the opponent also didn't get anything, right? They didn't get their Ouroboros, they didn't get any of their bounce spells, they didn't get any of their big flying blockers. They just kind of drew 4 knuckleheads that did nothing and just stayed on the ground and attacked for like 6. You know, that was it. So while we won and it looked neat, I mean, we really didn't do anything. Didn't play a creature for the first couple turns. Like, opponent's draw just wasn't very good. Okay, we have some things. Let's keep it. A black-green land. Alright, let's see how badly you want to get rid of creatures. Alright, I'm game. I'll play along. Target my creature. Oh, you don't have anything. Oh, boy. Okay, then. That's a thing that happened. Alright, I guess I'll just leave up enter the avatar state. Problematic, but sure. Well, less problematic now. Do we want all of our mana up? I think we do. So let's go ahead and play this on white. I'm just trying to decide if I want to use Bitter Triumph or not. I think I do. But I'm also like, what does this do? There's nothing in the yard right now, so let's not even worry about that. And let's just... you're not going to target anything, are you? You might. Let's pass. I could have been more aggressive and put a counter and attacked, but I'd rather just wait and see what the opponent's doing. Because they have to deal with our stuff at some point, right? Yeah, you can just attack. No blocks. I don't care. Do your thing. It's fine. I mean, because if they don't target our creatures at all, great. Like, we're okay with that. Mind Rot. Target player discards 2 cards. Put up to 1 land discarded this way onto the battlefield under your control. Well, I can discard the dig site inventory. No matter what. And I don't want to give them a land, so I guess... Alright, this seems fine, I suppose. Like, not particularly exciting, but totally reasonable. Targets one of the ones that will be attacking. Because it doesn't matter, they all get a counter. It's just who gets the bonus counter. And... yeah, alright. Get our attacks on. I'm just debating if I want to put this on white and play the cheeky house mouse. I think I will. In the turn. Because worst case scenario, the opponent has a sweeper. We protect 1 creature. And then just try to win with it from there. If they don't, this is way more than enough to get the job done next turn. Additional cost spell. Pay 2 life. Destroy target. All artifacts and creatures with mana value 4 or less. Well... okay, then. That's unfortunate. Oh, what? Oh, because we get hex. We don't get indestructible. We just get hexproof from that. Oh, well, we were dead anyway then. We didn't have any outs. Yeah, and we just drew land. Yep, they got us.
It's Professor Deli. Some lessons are painful.
All right, GG's. Like, we didn't really get to do a whole lot there. Oh, there's always infinite board wipes. That I started to do a video on that a while back of just to prove to people how many board sweepers there are in Standard and how bad it is. Like, every set, I think, for the last, I don't know how long, has gotten at least 3. Some version of deal damage to everything, wipe out all creatures, everything gets minus, whatever. Sadly, a very common thing. Yeah, we go first. We can with black. Oh, this actually isn't great. Our lands don't quite work out conveniently. But hopefully it'll be fine. Hey, thanks for that. Okay, you're not the worst. All right, well now maybe we could do some stuff. We'll have a big turn next turn, right? We'll be able to plus fight or protect something maybe. We'll see. Not protect, but, you know, juice something up further. I would assume, though, at some point you're going to try to kill a creature. Nope. They are going, what I'm assuming is the sacrifice route. Has to be 4 or greater to destroy something. That's what I wanted to check on. This is a sorcery. I think we just get rid of Sir Vanden. I don't think it's even worth messing around with. Alright. And when we do get the bonus for targeting any creature, it doesn't have to be our creature. Oh, well, that's cute. Alright, well, juice the team. Here we come. Juice the team. Here we come. And get in there, because you got to block. All right, cool. Just 2 knuckleheads got it done. Does the TMNT set have a board sweeper? Yeah, Last Ronin, and technically it also has a blue one that picks up all your cards and then you shuffle everything in or whatever. And that was a smaller set. It was only 150 cards, and they still found ways to pack some in there. I don't think that's a power creep thing. To me, and I argued this while I was there, and even when I did some stuff consulting out there, that I would rather just see something other than a board sweeper in those spots. And then some people have been like, oh, well, we're going to keep that it's for limited play. I'm like, but they show up in the rarest slot anyway, so it's not like they're going to show up that often, even in limited play. Yeah, we're just going to play Cecil. Airbend Ascension, no. Okay, fair enough. You got it. Unfortunately, this does not destroy enchantments, as much as I would like that. You know what? Let's see how bad it gets. We do have the problem that we drew all of the enhancements and not enough creatures. And that is a thing that can happen with these style of decks at times. Yep, blink your duder. We did not find a removal spell. Not much we can really do. Just thinking, like, what are there any real tricks we could get away with? I guess if we plus, it goes to a 4. We put 2 counters that go to a 6. All right. I mean, it's something. I don't think they're blocking, but I mean, in the turn. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one. We're not winning with just a singular Cecil. That's not how we're getting out of trouble here, folks. Just letting y'all know. Not a real thing. Ninja Go. Wow. Deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. So I could grow it. All right, let's try, I guess. I mean, they still get a card, right? Yeah, I was gonna say. Rena took a second to trigger. All right, do it again. Okay, Lightning Helix. Fair enough. All right, I'm just going to give them the GGs. Like, I don't even have... Like, we drew a creature this whole game. Like, we got nothing. I'll at least pass a turn, let them do the thing one more time. All right. Cool. There you go. At least give them a chance to play all their fun cards. All right. Now I'll give them the GGs. Cool. Again, I think the blue one technically also counts as a board sweeper because it picks up all creatures and then shuffles. So they technically have 2. While they're expensive, they do have 2 of them in that set as well. And the other thing, too, is not everything is necessarily about standard, but, like, we don't really need that many more sweepers in Commander. We don't need that many more sweepers in kitchen table games, you know? Okay, we'll try. Okay, well. We'll try... Ooh, glimpse the core. Alright. Some rampity ramp. Hey! I was wondering if people were going to play that guy. That's cool. Scary for us, because it means they have some giant monsters they're just going to try to get out of the yard, which is rough. But hey, props if you got it. I guess this means we have to get rid of that, right? I don't want to, but I feel like we kind of have to. Yeah, alright. I mean, that's not to say in 2 turns they don't just like Smuggler Surprise anyway, but we still got to do something. Oh, actually, I should have played Sanctum, because I could have still played Avatar State. This isn't turned on yet. Oh, hopefully they can't deal damage to a creature. Alright, they didn't. But they are set up to do shenanigans next turn, which is not great for us. Yeah, I guess we just attack. I mean, you know what? Let's just do it. Might be one of my few opportunities. Alright. Or maybe it's a random encounter and they don't have double red? Nope, there it is. Like, just as I said it, like, right on time. It was a random encounter, though. Oh, and they got 2? Oh, that sucks. That sucks. And they're going to get to random encounter next turn? Blech. Yep. Question is, can we do enough, though? If we find another plus, we'll get to gain some life, so we wouldn't be dead. That didn't work out at all. Let's see. This could, if we activate this, that gets us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not enough. If we target this, we'll get another point of life. This is all bad, actually. This is all bad. I think the plan has to be just toss some blockers in the way for next turn. And just hope the life... we have to play a thing for it to gain life, though, huh? Man, this is not good. This is very problematic. I'm trying to think, like... I guess if they get a flyer, we just lose. I guess we have to do this, because we need the life gain. Like, because there are situations where a flyer just comes over and we just lose. So we have to get what we can out of this. And hope whatever they get that we can't block or tramples doesn't do 9. That's just where we are. They might try to high roll on random encounter again. They probably almost have to. Or Smuggler Surprise to try to go for it. I don't even think it's so much about tuning on the deck. It's just like these types of decks are like that. If you've been around long enough to play heroic decks and things, even some mono red decks, right, that played the versions that you need to target a bunch of stuff with your enchantments. Or if you play the mono white auras deck, right? It happens with that. If your first couple of creatures get dealt with, or you don't get the auras to go with them, same thing here, we don't get the spells. That happens, right? That's part of the risk of playing these style of decks. Yeah, you're playing an all-in machine, right? You're playing your creatures, you're trying to rip those spells out of your hand, pump everything up, and when it works, it's great. If not, you're gonna have a little bit of a struggle. All right, so they are gonna random encounter. Dang it, they did hit a Bahamut. Golly, I knew they had him in the deck. But yeah, if they hit a 9-power thing, we just lose. And they did. Whatever they get here doesn't even matter. Like, good job. You win anyway. Yep. That's what we thought was going to happen. I just had to hope they didn't hit one, you know? That's tough. And the tough part is they actually even just insult your injury. The card they got was a scavenger and had exactly 5 mana open to be able to use it. So it's like, ah, well. Hey, a new YouTube member. Thank you. Much appreciated. We'll fire that up for a few more. But yeah, I think that's just the issue when you play these types of decks, right? Whenever you're going to play a repartee style deck, that's just one of the gambles. Again, just like Heroic, you got to hope you have enough defensive spells or whatever to get you where you want to go. Ugh, need some early creatures. Mulligan that. All right, this is much better. I think we go with Cecil first. I don't know that that's true. Maybe I'm supposed to play the Scorn Mage first, but we'll see. All right, I'm gonna go. Bonus blue-white mana. All right, let's go Scorn Mage first. Fair enough. That's the whole reason I didn't want to lead with the Voice of Victory. It was just like, there's a chance they have a counter. Let's just make them play it. And red mana. Wow, okay. This doesn't do too much in this matchup, I would imagine. Alright, well, go attacking. I assume they have another counter, but we still got to make them play it. Because who's bringing the counter-heavy deck to early access events? There's always somebody. Probably mostly to play Emeritus, because I think that's where everybody's at right now. Like, let's do the big crazy thing. Which, not that I blame them. I get it. Yeah, if they're playing it on the 1-drop, like, we're not mad at that, obviously. Problem is, now they have a sweeper, and you just get in that ugly situation of it's just not worth it to play anything. We kind of just put them to the test to have it or not have it, right? Try to flip Cecil to speed up the clock. If you have the board sweeper, you do. There's nothing we can do about it. This is probably going to be a bad matchup for us more often than not anyway. Alright, we try to protect against the erode. As much as I like searching for lands, I'd rather not. They're going to consult. We let that consult happen. Ooh, let them have another erode here. I would love for them to waste 2 erodes and consult for 1. That would be amazing. They didn't have it, though. Oh, we didn't get another pump spell or anything. Gosh dang it. That would have been so clutch. Alright. Well, if they have the sweeper, we'll see it now, right? Oh, we won! Way to go. Way to go. Blocked all the spot removal. Not mad at that, considering how that game went. Like, because we basically did that all on the back of 1 creature. I will take that. We got 1 creature that stuck, had to ride it all the way, but at least it was a Cecil. So we chose the right creature to play first and got a little lucky. And finished with 20 life, which is just cute. Been a lot of Jeskai is a control loot. Yeah, I don't know. That's just not fun to play on a stream. I might do it for a video or something. But hey, Prez, rated with 27 folks. Welcome. Why is Oko looking all buff in that picture? Like, what's up with that? We go first, sure. Man, you know what? I have to admit, we're going to have to get back to learning the order to play all of our lands again. Because now we have lands that want you to have 2 or less in play to be untapped. We now have lands that want you to have 2 or more to be untapped. We have lands that enter the battlefield tapped. We have like we have every variation that's legal in standard right now. It's so crazy. Set's been good. Set's been good. No complaints. We are doing lots of fun things right now. Oh, our voice of victory. Oh, lived. I thought the voice of victory was going to die there. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and play this Stirring Hope Singer, and if they have removal, they'll play it on their turn against that for sure. If I had some other 1-mana spell, I would have just played the Administrator, but we didn't have anything. Oh, your top set so far. That's a bold claim. You know what? I don't really want to commit an Administrator. But ugh. Oh man, nothing that targets here is brutal. Alright. I guess we do it. Man, if we had anything that targeted, that could have been a sweet turn. Because we would have got the tokens from Voice of Victory, then put counters on them with Singer. We could have got in for a ton of damage. Would have been 4 more, which would have made a big difference. Alright, Day of Judgment, you got it. Alright, pay 2. Because what else are we going to do? I'm assuming there's another sweeper behind this. Nope, just a Lightning Helix. I say just, like that's not good enough. Blah. Well, that was a tough go. Alright, we'll go attacking. Sure, I'll play the game. I mean, I'm sure they have a response. We're likely just going to draw cards. Alright. Get a swamp. Oh, yeah, we get to move counters. Forgot about that part. I was like, what is it asking me for? Oh, 2 lands. Oh, bruh. Yeah, we're so dead. Because we're going to get hit with the Just Guy's Revelation now, I bet. But I expect you're going to see a lot of this, right? Because of Erode, because of Revelation, whatever. There's just going to be a lot of those spot removal cards. Oh, man. All right. Well, if you got it, we're cooked. Yeah. All right. GG's. We got nothing. We just have lands. Yeah. Can't even search for anything because we have the other swamp in our hand. All right. Cool. You got it. I'll let them resolve a couple of things. But I'm like, who's bringing this against, like, people testing decks on the... Or, like but, I mean, I expect it from Ollie, though, because he loves control decks. All right. GG's. We got nothing. Nah, I don't really care about limited. Like, I think for me, even having been at Wizard, just seeing, like, the overwhelming majority of people never even play limited. Like... But I get it. There's people who love it, honestly. And it's cool that, you know, the set works out for both halves. If I could have a perfectly designed set where we had to make no cards that were only good in limited, that'd be the sweet spot for me. But I think it's too hard to do. We're going to... I was going to say mulligan, but maybe we aren't going to mulligan. I guess we keep it. I would have liked to have had a 1-mana thing on the play, though. Not having that is really tough. Oh, blue-red? Yeah. This hand's is just going to get cooked, I think. I mean... Alright. Maybe, I mean, we have a life-linking flyer. Maybe it'll get to do something. We'll see. Emeritus, so they can get him a lightning bolt. What's the trigger on this? Oh, cast your third spell to get the lightning bolt. That's a bit different. I guess we attack. I'm trying to think what this is supposed to look like, because I kind of want to play the singer, but I think I'm gonna wait because we're not blocking. I mean, that's just not a real thing. I mean, it's a real thing, but it's not a real thing. Ancestral Anger. Target creature gets +X is the number of cards, name, and such. Okay, cool. Yeah. You got it. Sure. More Ancestral Anger. Have fun. Yep. Nothing. You're not even going to play a third spell? That seems suspicious, but alright, I'm game. What you got? Oh, no, friend. We are not going to allow that to happen. Alright, cool. Excellent work, deck. Excellent work. Love to see it. Pump them up. And get in there for 7. Whenever you hit the source page, you post one counter on this card. Cool, yeah, alright. Meritus of Conflict. That's spell 1. That is spell 2. Oh my god. Oh, actually, that's just game, right? Pump this guy, and then we just give it flying, because it'll have menace still. Yeah, and that's gonna do it. All right, cool. That's exciting. We love when things work out. Wouldn't be opposed to a set that purely cares about constructed. Just so you can stop being a sad Pioneer fan. Yeah, I think the issue right now is you're kind of in a weird state where we're getting a lot of new players and they're having to come through Standard first. I think at some point in the next like 2 or 3 years, some number of them will venture on and try to play Pioneer, especially like after a rotation happens and their which might be 2 years, but then like their favorite decks are no longer Standard legal. But then they're like, oh, but I could play this other format and add these other cards to my deck. And then you might start seeing some people try then, I think. Oh boy, we have 1 creature. I'm going to mulligan this. We had 1 creature and damage lands. That didn't feel spectacular. Let's keep this. And we'll just play that tapped. It's not really worth running out of House Mouse unless we're just trying to use removal from the opponent. A Moon Shadow. Alright. So now I have something to think about. Do we want to just play the Scorn Mage and try to... I guess we play Scorn Mage and try to protect it, right? There's a good chance they might want to kill it and then... But it does go to your graveyard? Yeah. Yeah, so maybe not. We'll see. Fear of missing out. Okay, you got it. Alright. We take some damage. Oh, I've never wanted an untapped land more in my life. Oh, that's so hurtful. Well, I guess we just play the cheeky house mouse after all. And pass. Just so we can, like, threaten the Moon Shadow. Maybe we could block, target our dude, get some counters. Like, we'll see. It's kind of the only thing we have going. And it's not great. We're just working with what we got, you know? Oh, man. We needed mana so badly. A land would have been great, because then being able to play a Voice of Victory and protect that would have had so much more value. Or even being able to set up a Singer soon. But without that, it's pretty rough. Yeah, I don't see how we're going to get out of this. Don't think it's possible. I mean, maybe. We can get some lifelink. But we'll see. We can only make this guy into a 2. It would be 4. I mean, I guess it's... Let's see where they put their counter. I mean, they're making a real decision, so we'll see. Oh, yeah, if we'd had a Desperate Measures, it would have been great. Would have been fantastic. And not having one, though, means we're in a lot of trouble. Did our opponent freeze? Or are they just having a tough decision? Well, while we're waiting, if you haven't subscribed, you probably should subscribe to my YouTube channel. Because we literally have put up content every single day for over 6 years. Lots of fun stuff to check out. All right. So... I guess here's the plan. Oh, Moonshadow's going to trigger. So it's a 5. All right. I guess we just have to hope to draw a removal spell for Moonshadow. I don't know what else we're going to do. We got to do something, though. Like I said, not great, but we gain a little life. Keeps us from dying. We did not find the removal spell. So we might just be dead. Because here, if we have to chump block, like, what do you do? So that's 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, man. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I mean, you're going to... Oh, no, we lose anyway, because we take damage from the monument, right? So we have to block. Yeah, we're just dead. Let's just give them the GGs. Because we'll take 3, go to 9. Like, if they put a counter on Inti, which they should do, like, we block, lose our creature, we take 7, and then we just die the next turn. It's all right. GGs. We can move on. They're doing a lot of decision-making that's not even necessary. Also, yeah, we didn't see any new... That's just the regular deck that it is. No, there's no need to make sure they don't misplay. Like, I know people are like, but your opponent could have missed, or your opponent... Like, yeah. Like, because here's the thing. Like, if we win, we won because they made a mistake, or we won because they drew 3 lands in a row. Like, okay. Like, is that any more... Like... Winning or not isn't that important to me. It's more of less like, hey, did we prove the deck works or not, right? Like, that's really what I'm after. If we've seen that, then okay, I don't mind. You know, it's not a big deal. Okay, we get to keep this. question though is, do we want to see more of the repartee stuff, or do we? I think we just play Cecil, right? Cecil just more threatening. Yeah, we always get people who want to play their top tier constructed deck, whatever, in these events. I always find that amusing. Like, nothing wrong with it. We should be testing ideas. But, like, hey, let's try to... Because I even have lists that y'all won't see for a couple weeks that they only have, like, one copy of a new... Or, like, 4 copies of one new card. So I try not to play too many of those in early access. I want to have at least 3 different new cards in the list in a perfect world. Obviously, it doesn't always work out, but you never know. Alright. Was that taps a creature and does the thing? Deals 3 damage to tap up to 1 target creature. Yep. I think we're going to attack. And then... I think I'm just going to play the Scorn Mage in the turn. There's a chance they're not playing very many creatures, so our removal spells might not do much. We might not get any value from it, but we'll see. Scorn Mage looks like it might be about to kick the bucket. Well. Okay, I guess we try to attack. We're going to do... I thought we were going to tap 1, shoot 1, but that didn't happen. Going to try to flash something in. Nope. Prismari Charm. Deal 1 damage each of 2 targets. Alright. I mean, that works. If we'd had any of our actual spells, though, to pump our creatures, oh my god, that'd have been so good. Would have been life-changing. I mean, they probably have, like, burst lightning or something for this guy. Alright, in the turn. And ill-time explosion. No, like, that's what I thought was about to happen. Come on. Oh, man. I just wanted 1 spell. 1 spell that would target a thing. That's all I wanted. Ugh. I'm actually playing this administrator, so if they're doing something that just deals like 2 damage to stuff, I could go ahead and kill my own creature to pump up the other ones. It's kind of dumb, but it's the situation we're in. Flashback, which is going to deal 3 to something. All right, so we're not going to be able to defend against that anyway. Yep, works for me. Alright. Man, we didn't get a single spell that would have targeted our guys to help out. There's the loot. I was expecting we're going to see a lot of the loot. Like, what are we supposed to do with that? Alright, yeah, sure. That's tough. You know what's funny? If I'd have got the white spell that, like, puts a counter, I think we just win. You know, but such is life. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Alright, just hit me with the Jeskai Revelation or whatever so we can end our misery. Alright. Seize the spoils? Sure. Well, yeah, the whole point of us playing is to show off the new cards, right? So you get to see cards in action, see different ideas, things that you may not know how they work or interact. We get to do all that. And for the developers, we get to put it through its paces with all the new cards. They get data that they could fix before it goes live for you, right? So the early access event actually has some purposes for what they're doing. Yeah, you have a bunch of mana. Hey, I at least have a target now. Opponent's passing, and that costs 3. All right, so right now we'd be able to do... This would get a counter, this would get a counter. So that's 6. So we just find anything that targets a creature. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. Yeah, all right, man. Pay the 3 life, I guess. I guess we just end the turn. I mean, there's no point in doing anything else. These are lethal, so... I mean, we're only at 8. They might just be able to burn us out right now. No, this has the same problem in paper. Like, don't even start that. Like, if you've played enough in paper, you will have seen just as many dumb draws over time. Like, that definitely happens. Matter of fact, I watched it happen to somebody just a week ago. In a like a mid-tier competitive event. All right, I mean, opponent's going through a lot of cards. Still have 5 mana, 4 mana. Nope, still 5, because they have a treasure. Oh, 6, actually, because you have the loot, right? Loot taps for mana. Nope, draws a card. Wow, we got there? There's no way. Opponent drew so many extra cards. We played 1 non-creature spell. And for most of the game, only had 2 creatures even set. How did that even happen? How is that? Like, what? What even is life right now? I don't know what to tell y'all. That was crazy. All right, let's play a couple more, and then we'll call it good on this one. Like, that was weird. I don't feel like we should have won that game. I mean, things happen, you know, whatever, but that's one of those ones where you win, but it didn't feel like a win, you know? We are definitely going to keep this. I will take some damage, because why not? Make life easier on Cecil, I guess, when he shows up later. Oh, this is a fun interaction. Do we... I guess we just exile their guy, huh? Yeah, I guess that's what we do. Actually, you know what? We attack first. See what they do. They're probably not going to block. Because I wouldn't. But they might want to put us to the test and see if we have a real card. Wouldn't blame them. Alright, end the turn. So we at least get to see of, like, is it a Badger Mole Cub we want to get rid of? Or do we just get rid of the Pollinator? Oh, Weaver. Okay. And they have nothing else? Alright, we will get rid of the Weaver then. Because that's way scarier. Okay, that worked out. Ooh, and another Silverquill Charm. Okay, decision time. Do we voice a victory? Well, we're attacking either way. So this part's just gonna happen. I think we get rid of their creature. And just deal some extra damage. I think we just get greedy. And just say, you know what? You gotta find something. There's another Weaver. Alright. Okay, don't hate it. Let's go up top and just start setting up stuff. Because this could very well be the Ouroboros turn. Or something crazier. Yeah, I was going to say, yep, Emeritus. Makes sense. Not the craziest thing. Okay, we do have options here, though. So let's go ahead and get rid of a Llanowar Elf. Target our pump. Oh, I should have played the Voice of Victory first. That could have been important. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's go. We're just going big. Put you in a situation where you got to block. Go, Hope Singer, go. All right, cool. We got there. You know what? I think Emeritus might be the most common card we've seen on Early Access Day. Like, we've seen so many people that are trying to play. I think the idea of this, like, but we can Ancestral Recall every turn. It's like everybody's trying to find every deck. And I don't blame them. I'm going to play it in a couple of decks too. But I just find it so interesting that the allure of getting to cast Ancestral Recall, I think, has made this the most played new card out of the set, which is kind of funny. But yeah, just interesting. Okay. Yeah, not surprised people are trying to play Ancestral Recall. Yeah, no joke. All right, let's talk about this thing. Let's, where did we go here? Separate these out so we can see creatures versus non-creatures. Make it a little more sense there. All right. Okay, so this deck still posted a winning record, so we can't really complain about that. I think the toughest thing about this deck is going to be figuring out all the right cards, right? Because part of the question is even Enter the Avatar State the right card? Seems like maybe it is, but the other part of it is that maybe this just needs to be something that gives Indestructible. And I think there's the one card from Final Fantasy that I think you could pay like, and pay 1 mana, get a thing, pay like 3 mana, get a thing, pay 5 mana, do a thing, right? And that could probably work. Just giving something Indestructible, I think, could be more powerful because we are investing multiple counters and turns into one creature. So would be pretty good if we were to take our time to actually protect something. Now, admittedly, this also gives, first strike, flying. So this can just be a finisher. But we do have some flyers. We do have creatures that have menace. So one of the things I'm thinking is what if we were to play something with Indestructible, and maybe just go harder on the Hope Singers. And just say, all right, we're just going to try to go over the top, do what we can, and we're going to have cards that protect our creatures. Right? And just say, like, scrap the fix what's broken. Just say, like, hey, our plan is just to try to end the game. We're not going to mess around. We're going to come over the top, do our thing. And maybe that's the way we need to do. Yeah, Day of Black Sun's definitely a common sweeper. We've seen that. Day of Judgment's also a common sweeper. So, like, if we're worried about Day of Black Sun, yes, that doesn't protect our creature. But truthfully, neither does Enter the Avatar State, right? Neither is going to get the job done against that. We have to get our bigger creature, what happens to be the Hope Singer. So if that's the case, we're not going to really worry about it too much. I think there's probably some ways we can shift numbers around a little bit and maybe try to find some things that have prepared that work. Because one of the things is, the cute part about prepared is having that spell available. The problem is the ones on the bottom end aren't great, right? You get Elite Interceptor, that's a 1/2, but then it just lets you tap or untap a creature. It's just like, and it only does it once. So it's like, once you use it, it's gone, but at least it comes with the spell, right? This one's not bad, but do I want to have our opponent also draw 3 cards? Like, probably not. And this isn't a spell that actually targets a creature. Now, this one, it's a double striker. It's 1/1. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gets double striked on the turn. Like, this is actually worth considering. Again, we only get to use it once, but it does come with the spell attached. And because we're going to be playing the Hope Singer puts counters on everything. So maybe, right? Like, it's possible. These others, I think we start getting into some very, very thin value situations. Like 1 or 2 target creatures, you get +2/+2, 3/3 for 3. Probably not what we're looking for. 4 mana, 3/3. First strikers, not terrible, but again, target creature gets +1 and gains flying on the turn. Like, I don't know if that's really what we want to be doing. So looking at black ones, this one's not terrible at the beginning of your second hit up. If you gain life, this could actually be useful. But again, it's a spell that doesn't target anything. It just lets us draw cards. So it's kind of like a repeating thing you're seeing as you're going for some of these. It's like they are neat spells that are useful, but they don't target any of our creatures, don't help. The one thing we did talk about on the stream was Abigail. But Abigail's kind of the slowest version of all those, right? It's 3 mana, and then we have to wait to do our thing. Don't know if that's enough. But Abigail does reset by just us playing a creature, which we're going to do anyway, right? So worth considering if you don't have Hope Singers or you don't crack any early on, Abigail could be a reasonable replacement. And then there is Sky Coach Waypoint if you wanted to play enough things to make your stuff prepared, but I think that changes our mana too much to be realistic. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to mess with this, what the final list looks like. But this wasn't bad. This was actually reasonable. I think if I could get... Again, we'd want to get to a thing where maybe we could draw a couple more cards. Maybe we could get some other things in hand. But otherwise, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. I think this was actually interesting if you wanted to play repartee. It's at least a good starting point. And again, we had a winning record. Can't really gripe too much. You're going to know that the control decks are going to be a bit of an issue, which is why we wanted some more hexproof indestructible things. But outside of that, we did what we could and got some big wins. So we're not going to complain too much about it. Link over on Moxfield, like always. Y'all know the drill. But that's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. Okay. Got that done. Parting Gust for Wrath Protection, maybe. I mean, the problem is I'd rather just straight up protect our thing. I don't, like, hey, let me just give something indestructible, right? Because that can also be used during combat better. Like, opponent can attack, we could use it, give it indestructible, get our counters, do our thing. And I think that's just a better use of the mana, if we can find some good things to do that with. So I might experiment, swap some cards out. I don't know. But overall, it played very well. Came in right at the goodbye. No. Besides the mouse, the black one adventure card, I don't know what you're even talking about. Zach Fair? The problem is Zach Fair just, again, we're cutting a spell that would target something. You know what I mean? Like, that's part of the problem. Like, the reason we like the mouse is the mouse says creature gets +1/+1 turn, but it also can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater, right? So if your opponent leaves back a 3 or 4 power creature, you're like, great, I get counters and I get my repartee bonus, and you can't block, right? Like, that's why we're playing the mouse. It's not just because it's a like Zach Fair. I like. Don't get me wrong, I do like Zach Fair quite a bit, especially since we're playing Hope Singer and can put counters on stuff. Like, I love that. Even with the dig site inventory, right? We're able to put counters on directly. But I don't think it's significantly better than the other cards we're playing, right? Because you don't necessarily want to replace Cecil. You probably don't want to replace Scorn Mage, because that's just doing the plan that we're doing. So then you start getting into weird stuff like, are we replacing Voice of Victory? you know what I mean? Like, maybe. But are there even other good adventures worth playing? Like, these are green, red. This one's in black, Shrouded Shepherd, but doesn't target a creature, so not that exciting. This one gives a royal token that targets something at sorcery speed. So, I mean, but it also costs 4 on the other part, so I don't know how we feel about that. Virtual Loyalty, meh, it's fine. Same thing, give a Wicked roll, but then the card costs 3, so we're probably not playing it. Like, that's just kind of the issue, right? Again, none of these are terrible or bad, they just don't fit what the deck is trying to do, I think is the real issue. I just forgot what was good in Adventures from the last. Oh, the last Eldraine set. Yeah, there's probably stuff we want to play then, from the first one, but not as much in the second Eldraine set. I don't feel like. But yeah, we've been on for a while now, over 4 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead, use this as a spot to take a quick break. I'm gonna go grab a snack, refuel, get some water, do all that good stuff. Take care of myself. It's 4:30 local time on the West Coast, so I'm gonna aim to be back on around 6:30, 7 at the latest Pacific time, so 2 to 2.5 hours. Though if I can wrap everything up, I'll get back on as soon as I'm free, which happens quite often. But giving myself some leeway just in case. And then we'll probably go until 11 or midnight. I mean, just kind of until people quit playing or we can't find matches very easily. So, yeah, if you have some ideas of decks you want to see, come back, hang out later. We had 3 different decks we played that all did very well. So I'm very impressed. We had some good times with cards. So looking forward to what we're going to do in the second session. So y'all go take care of yourselves, take a break, go recharge, drink some water, be healthy, do all that good stuff. And then we will see y'all on the second stream for the evening.